Oh, no, I don't want to.
Thanks for doing that.
Recording in progress.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna get started on December 19th, Marina City Council meeting. And we're gonna go into closed session. Is there any change to closed session, city attorney?
No, Mayor, there's only one item on the closed session agenda.
Okay, and I don't see anyone in the public here in person nor online, so we'll open public comment just in case anyone comes on right now. Not seeing anyone, we'll close public comment and we'll come back here at 6:30.
You want me to do roll call?
Let's do roll call.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Vischer. Here. Councilmember Biella. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Medina Dirksen. Mayor Delgado.
Here, and Christina won't be joining us tonight, but we look forward to her next time. Okay, so we'll be back here at 6:30. at 5 o'clock and went into closed session. I'd like to ask our city attorney on her swan song last meeting with us to summarize what we did in the closed session, please.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, members of the public. Tonight, the council met in closed session on one item, performance evaluation of the city manager Lane Long. As to that item, direction was provided, but there was no reportable action taken. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dan, for being a good sport. Okay, so we have some wonderful presentations, starting with that of a code enforcement officer, Marissa Hertley. And who will be leading us through this? Dan Paulini. Right. Mayor Delgado. She has her speech ready.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado, council members and city staff. I'm Dan Paulini, building official for the city of Marina, and I would like to introduce our newest staff member, code enforcement officer, Marisa Huntley, also a citizen of Marina.
All right.
So Marisa comes to us from a pretty extensive PD background, and she's taken over with just
Various projects.
yeah, well, she's just taken over. I'll just put it that way. Yeah. So she's hit the ground running, and we're happy to have her. So she's going to be a great addition to city staff.
All right. Marissa, you want to come up and tell us what your hobbies are or what you do for fun in life? What's it like working with Dan?
Well, I'm going to miss him. Thank you to City Marina and Dan and Director Guido for hiring me. I'm looking forward to working for City Marina. I've lived here since 2016. My family, I have 3 kids, 4 total, but they all live with me now. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to serving the city I live in.
Great. Well, welcome aboard.
Thanks.
Thanks, Marissa. All right. Now, the next presentation I'll present, it's to I'm not sure who this is. Dan Paolini. Dan, can you come on up to the front with me, please? And joined tonight by his lovely wife, Gina. Thank you, Gina. Come on up, Dan. So Dan's done a lot for our city, and he's been extremely competent in all that he does for the code enforcement. So I'm going to go through a couple of points about Dan. He started in the construction industry after graduating high school in 1975, went to carpentry trade school. He got his license for contractors in 1985 and began his own business in finish carpentry. He enrolled in building technology classes in 92 with the goal of moving into inspections. He transitioned into the building inspections world, working for El Dorado and Yolo counties and the cities of Sacramento and then Marina. His career with Marina began in July 2014, hired as a senior building inspector. In 2015, he began the management, these must be his words, of the small but mighty building division, consisting of 1 permit technician and 1 to 2 building inspectors. He has served as the code enforcement division of the community development department and also worked to minimize conflicts between our municipal code and our residents' needs for flexibility. He's developed a good rapport with the local building and trades community, as well as with Marina residents who are frequently working on their own and need a helping hand understanding complicated regulations and processes involved in the construction business. He's been a mentor, Dan has, and a role model to his direct staff and to everyone in the community development department and further beyond that. Once retired, he intends to ride his motorcycle, fix up his sports car, travel with Gina, spend time with his kids and grandkids, and he'll have lots of projects to keep him busy, and he won't be a stranger to the city of Marina. So on behalf of the entire city council, I want to express our appreciation and respect, Dan, for all that you've done, your commitments, your contributions for over 10 years, and we wish you the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been about. Thanks for everything, really.
All right, so Dan's going to give a speech. Come on up, Dan. No, you're not done. So tell us how it's been for you and how you're sorry to leave and that kind of.
I will say I am sorry to leave. When I first got here, we were doing inspections 2 days a week. I think it was Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I was doing part-time between Marina and Seaside. And then 2013, when Shea broke ground on our models, things obviously start picking up and we start doing inspections every day throughout the week. So in the 10 years that I've been here, I think we've built maybe 700-800 houses, I think. Couple of hotels. We've got Joby Aviation, so things have been pretty crazy. I've had a great time. I've enjoyed my time with Lane and the rest of the staff that we've had in community development, code enforcement. We've had some fun projects. I know Marissa's going to have her hands full, but I think what we've done in the 10 years, we've gone to an all digital software system for permitting, which has been great. People love it. It reduces traffic in the office, which nobody likes coming to City Hall anyways. But I think ultimately what we're doing now too with our transition, we have a up and coming young building official. I think we're going to leave the city in great hands. I don't think there's going to be any downtime between me leaving and her starting. So all I can say is good luck, and I will miss you.
Thank you very much, Dan. That's what in the future. So Dan mentioned the big projects, and what he didn't mention is that he gets flooded with very small and passionate and emotional problems that individual homeowners have with a wall here or a roof line there or a tarp here, et cetera. And he handles that all with grace, and he finds time to deal with the little things as well as the big things. And he's been quite the professional and quite very productive for our city. So we'll definitely miss you, and we thank you for all you've done for us, Dan. And Gina, we hope you stay as long as you want, but you're welcome to leave anytime, you and Dan, so don't feel obliged to stick around. Okay, our last presentation is for Joan Ford, and our Police Chief Steve Russo will lead us through that.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Joanne Ford wasn't able to be with us tonight, but proud to read this proclamation for her, recognizing her retirement as Community Liaison Officer for the Marina Police Department. Joanne has been with the City of Marina for 36 years. Ms. Ford was hired by the Marina Public Safety Department on April 15th, 1988 as a records technician, and was assigned as the department's evidence custodian on November 1st, 1994, and became the department's first community liaison officer on April 22nd, 2002, where she has continued to provide exceptional service. Since that time, Ms. Ford has consistently performed her duties in an exemplary manner and has provided outstanding service to the members of the police department, other departments, and to the public. Ms. Ford received the Police Department's Award of Excellence in 1997 and was recognized as the 2010 Professional Employee of the Year by the members of the Police Department. And Ms. Ford has provided outstanding support to countless victims of domestic violence, provided consistent and thorough follow-up of missing person investigations, and played a major role in the registering and trafficking tracking of sex, arson, and gang registrants within the city of Marina. Now therefore, this council does hereby confirm its highest commendation for the manner in which Community Liaison Officer Joanne Ford has performed her duties as a member of the Marina Police Department. With special thanks for her professionalism and dedication to duty over the course of her career with the city of Marina, we wish Ms. Ford all the best in her retirement and future endeavors. It is hereby ordered that the city clerk cause the proclamation to be engrossed so that it can be presented to Community Service Specialist Joanne Ford as an expression of the council's appreciation for her dedicated service to the city of Marina, adopted this 19th day of December, 2023.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks.
And please pass along our best to Joanne for the holidays and her future.
I will. Thank you.
Good night, Gina. Good night, Dan. Okay, so now we move to council and staff announcements. Ron Powell, our recreation specialist, this last weekend, spent, a good 2 weeks or longer planning for Winterfest, and it came off a fantastic success this Sunday. There were 380 people, something like that, fed, and there was 180 people that had to switch over to the Los Arboles Middle School gym because it was raining. And so the mechanical reindeer and the other outdoor activities planned had to move inside the gym. But there was great participation at both locations. Ron had to shuttle or change plans with the volunteers that didn't show up when he thought they would. He had to get a whole new crew before the event started. He did that. It was just a fantastic event, full of people enjoying themselves, great DJ music, Christmas music, holiday music. So just shout out to Ron and the whole Recreation and Cultural Services Department led by Andrea Willer here. They did a great job again for this community event. All free food and great clam chowder from Fishwife Restaurant and hams donated by the Shake family and chickens and rotisserie chickens and lots of really good food, great desserts, great drinks, really good decorations. So in the future, when we have these events, please check them out and go to them and participate because they're a wonderful place with your friends to go and have a great dinner at a special time. Coming up December 24th, Christmas Eve morning, there'll be a cleanup of Reservation Road and Crescent Avenue. We got a complaint from a resident that it was dirty with litter. And so a group of volunteers from Citizens for Sustainable Marina are going to meet outside of Jack in the Box at 10 o'clock on December 24th and clean up Reservation Road and Crescent Avenue. So if you want to come, all the supplies are provided to keep you safe. Okay, so that's it. Does anyone else have anything? Council or staff? Okay, well, there's a holiday coming up, and so we wish everyone a wonderful Christmas season and New Year. Steve?
Yes, just have one announcement. Just want to let the council know that on the first Sunday of every month, starting in January 7th, a Marina police officer will be at the farmer's market. They'll have a booth there. So if there's any questions or concerns from the public, they'll be there to answer any questions. Just wanted to put that out there for everybody to know.
Fantastic. Thank you. Our city manager has some input.
Yes, I did want to announce that our city offices will be closed beginning Friday, December 22nd, and they will reopen on January 2nd. So Thursday will be the last day that city offices are open. Police department, fire department work around the clock, and so they'll continue to be open.
Great. Okay. So now we're going to move to our public comment, which is also our time for consent agenda comments. So if anyone in the public realm has consent agenda questions or wants to pull something for further discussion, we'll do that. So let's go now to the public for anything on your mind that's not on tonight's agenda or anything that's on your mind regarding consent agenda items. And I'd like to, we have about 15 minutes for public comment. So I'd like to ask everyone to raise your hand. And so far we have Denise and Mia and Fred and Doug. Anyone else, please raise your hand now so we can think about our timing here for tonight. We have a huge agenda. So please raise your hand now if you'd like to speak during public comment. And we see two people here in person. We'll go to them first. So we've just picked up Maureen. And anybody else that wants to speak to consent agenda or communications from the floor? All right, so we'll do our traditional 3 minutes then because we only have 7 speakers. So Maureen will be the last speaker. So let's go to the folks here first. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, council members, staff for this moment to comment. My name is Alyssa Rendon. I'm the Community Relations Director at C Monterey, formerly the Convention and Visitors Bureau. Just some casual, quick mentions. Firstly, our international strategy, one of the projects is Encuentro Monterey. So trying to reach in a more authentic way, our Spanish speaking audience. And one example of that is we partnered with Visit California to bring an influential leader, Marco Betera from Mexico, who is very renowned in the culinary world. And we brought him to Marina, to Saltwood, and ultimately he invited Saltwood to participate in a pop-up restaurant in Mexico City at Frida Kahlo's house that was attended by Mexican media and tastemakers. So it was a really, really fun way to showcase Saltwood, City of Marina, and our destination as a whole. So I wanted to share that with you. We're really excited. Also, our business development team is continuing to work hard to bring in those groups to Marina. They've sent, since July, 21 leads. That translates to about 1,600 potential room nights, but we'll have more of those numbers in our mid-year report that will be following up after the new year. And just that our marketing team's been working really hard to make sure that our social posts are, highlighting Marina businesses, the Equestrian Center's event a couple weeks ago, our Monterey gift guide highlighted handcar tours, Sanctuary Beach Resort, and we continue to work with our members in and around Marina to make sure that we promote everybody, especially during the holidays. So thank you for your time. Minute 22 given up. So thank you.
Was it Melissa or Marissa?
Alyssa.
Alyssa.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for being here, Alyssa.
Good evening, council members. Michelle Overmeyer. I'm the Director of Planning and Innovation at Monterey Salinas Transit. I'm here to talk about a capital expense for a multi-generational investment here in your city. Public transit functions best when it comes often, is fast and affordable. There are no carpool lanes in the county, so as traffic congestion increases, so does the delay for the buses. Line 20 will be the first route using the SURF busway. It goes between Salinas and Monterey. It's our second most popular route, and it's now failing, with a quarter of the scheduled trips not arriving on time due to traffic. So who uses the bus? 77% of our riders have an annual household income under $40,000. 20% of MST riders have a disability and rely on others for transportation. Over 50% of our riders don't have a car. You likely won't hear from these people tonight. The youth voice is also missing. My son takes MST to school because he doesn't want to drive. There's usually another person in this room who has children in Marina that also use MST to get to school. It's a great option for youngsters to gain some independence without adding traffic to our roads. I met a young lady this past summer who boarded the Line 20 in Sand City and came here to Marina with me on the bus. She's a Seaside High student who takes the bus to get to her job here at Daddy's City Diner on the weekends. So again, 25% of Line 20 trips are not on schedule. And so that has a very direct impact on Marina's economic prosperity. Marina is the 4th highest monthly ridership city in our service area. MST is not just a conduit for people to pass through the city. The bus is a community asset to your city. The proposed 5th Street station will be a mobility hub for university students and residents of the Dunes to jump on the SURF Line 20 and have a quick 1-seat ride to places like your farmer's market. It will also be a huge asset for tourists to get here and enjoy the future artist village. My time's running out, so I do want to mention that we are working on a ridership report because we have heard comments from the public that they want more data. We're putting that together and it will be published and it'll be on our website next month, and it's going to include information that has specifically been requested by the California Coastal Commission. The bus isn't for everyone. We're not going to convince everybody. But you do have constituents today and in the future who deserve better. So we know that having more travel options changes the travel patterns, and it also opens access to employment and educational opportunities. And these are important for Marina's success. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, let's go on to our webinar, folks. Denise Turley.
Good
Hello, Denise.
evening. Hi.
Hi.
So mine's a simple question. I'm not going to take up a lot of time. Who is the appropriate person to contact with questions about vehicles that are labeled City of Marina and yet don't have I have a sighting, it doesn't seem right, didn't have a logo. Anyway, so that's my question.
All right. Thank you very much, Denise. Let's go to Mia. Mia Wynn. Hello, Mia. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I wanted to cover the SURF project. It's a highly unpopular project amongst the people that I've spoken to. And recently, the MST general manager was quoted saying, "If you build it, they will come." And that's to justify a $78 million project that's costing $6 million to maintain. As for those who have never seen that movie, it's quoted from Field of Dreams, and it's about an Iowa farmer that's hearing voices and talking to ghosts. Not something that I want to rely on to support such an expensive project that will have a significant impact on Marina. Our trade-off is losing a highly fun project and tourist attraction that's known throughout the Bay Area, and that's a handcar rail. What we're also losing is the peaceful and quiet biking paths of Marina citizens and the people around it at the Fort Ord Dune State Park. What I would like to challenge MST is to provide a market demand study that's done by the third party. I would like to see proof that the 6 miles they are suggesting will indeed reduce traffic. As the previous speaker quoted, saying that the majority of people don't have cars, cannot drive, that are the existing customers. And I feel those people because I used to be one of them. I was a student, I took the bus to college, it took me an hour and a half. So I feel for those people and I do want to help them. But I think it can be done a lot more cost efficient by increasing buses on existing routes, by making it more safe for them to walk to the bus stops, by having bus coverage and bus seating so they can wait for a bus, and having bus routes run every 15 minutes instead of every 30 minutes. I have taken line 20, and my observation is that there was no one standing at the bus stop at high traffic hours, which was 7 a.m. I was the only one. It was dark. It was cold. Something that I don't foresee people rushing to take and trade off their car, the safety of their car and the comfort of their car. So again, I would like to challenge MST to provide the data, the market demand studies to justify this highly inefficient and costly project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mia. Let's go to Fred Watson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Fred.
Thanks. I would like to ask that council pulls item 10F from the consent agenda.
Okay, and I was gonna pull that anyway. That's the hydro seed mix for Hilltop Park. Thank you, Fred. Anything more, Fred, on input that you might have?
Do I get the opportunity to comment when the item comes up? Or do I have-
Yes,
Okay, I'll wait till then.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Okay, let's go to Doug Yant. And Doug, you might want to comment on that too, but
Yes,
Hello,
thank
Doug.
you, Mayor Delgado. Can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Delgado, members of the City Council. First, I'd just like to, I guess, congratulate and thank Dan Paolini for his services to the City of Marina. He's been a great building official, is a great building official, and his service is very much appreciated, both at my time when I was in the city, but also at the Dunes project for Shea Holmes. He's done a great job, and him and his staff. So I want to thank him for all of his service. Secondly, just a couple of things of priority that need to come forward from the city as we're working for that are very important to the Dunes project. And as you can tell, there's activity literally on every corner of the project. I want to thank staff and the council again for their support. And as things move forward there, it's really important to keep that momentum going. But the things that still need some attention right now, one of them I think is obvious, is the project, the demolition and deconstruction of the barrack buildings at the city park at 3rd Street and 2nd Avenue. It's really important to get that moving quickly as the Dunes is moving into phase 3 down there. Also, you approved, I think, several meetings ago or more, an 8th Street reimbursement agreement. We want to assist the city as well in moving forward with 8th Street improvements and need that agreement signed off on to continue forward. So thanks again to Dan for his service, and thanks for hearing my concerns here. And relating to the Hilltop Park issue, that's obviously also an important priority. Keep moving forward with that, getting ready to hydro seed if it was possible to have that acted upon after it's pulled versus put to the end of the agenda. That would be greatly appreciated. I know Fred wants to speak on that as well, I would imagine. So we just appreciate that consideration, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Maureen D. Welcome, Maureen.
That's Maureen. Hi, thank you for letting me speak tonight. I watched the KSBW News special report. I don't know if you guys caught that right before this meeting regarding Chaparral and their request to reduce their required insurance. My question is, what is the city receiving in exchange for this increased exposure? Chaparral has 6, per their website.
Point of
they have
order,
6
Mr. Mayor.
total-
This is on our agenda, I believe, tonight.
Oh, yes, I think I was wrong. Maureen, we want to hear your input, but it is, yeah, I'm sorry, it is on consent. Okay, Maureen, I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience. Please continue.
Okay. Is the clock getting reset? I don't think it was. Okay, well, what is Marina, with the city of Marina, receiving in exchange for this reduction in insurance? Is it because they cannot actually really receive it because of the current and still open lawsuits? They've had 3 lawsuits against them just this last year. 2 were settled and 1 is brand new. They claim $5 million in income in their RFP application, but pay nothing in taxes using their corporation tax, freebies. Why can they not afford this if they're making that much money and pay nothing in taxes? And or is it because they can't receive it? And is there someone really looking into why they can't have a policy specifically just to Marina? So if anyone is injured, if that San Francisco lawsuit wipes them out insurance-wise, why can't they have a separate policy for Marina? So I just want to make sure that somebody with real experience in insurance is taking a look into this and exploring all options before they just get a freebie and don't have to really abide by their lease terms.
All right, thank you very much, Maureen. So we're going to close public comment and let's go through this quickly, what people told us. Denise has a question about city vehicles. Do we have access to her phone number, Lane, Denise Turley? So Denise Lane will follow, our city manager will follow up with you. And we appreciate Mia's comments on SURF. And before her, Michelle's from MST. Can you get in touch with Doug Yant regarding Barrack demolition? I know that you interact with him frequently, or his team. And then on the questions that Maureen raised, what should we do with those, Lane? Or Heidi?
Through the mayor, are you wanting to pull that item from?
No, I'm just asking how we should address Maureen's input.
Okay, well, the city has conferred with its self-insured risk pool, Connor Boogie, and explained the situation. And he indicated to staff that he was comfortable with the modification to the insurance requirement.
And then she asked, why can't we have a separate policy? And she opines that we need someone who's experienced with insurance to address this situation.
I would just restate that city staff has consulted with its insurer, who indicated that they were comfortable with the amount of coverage that was being provided or recommended.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Heidi. Did I miss anything that others may have noted that we should address before we move on? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your input. And let me ask council kind of the same questions. Do you have any brief questions or comments on consent items, or would you like to pull any for in-depth discussion?
I think, Mr. Mayor, so there's a separate consent for the successor or the redevelopment agency. Are we going through that right now as well?
Oh, good question. Yeah, we would go to that first.
I have a brief question there, but it's. so-
Okay, so let's open the consent agenda item for the successor agency, which is recognizing our obligation payment schedules for 24-25. Go ahead, Brian.
It's just the brief question. I had never heard of this before, and this committee, and I'm looking at the folks that serve on that committee, and Mr. Mayor, you're one of them, but I'm embarrassed to say, I don't know that I, again, just had heard of the committee. I don't know who some of these individuals are. I just wondered if you could give a super brief rundown of what it is, how it was created, who adopts the committee, how long it's going to be around.
So the state really kind of did away with the committee. And so we're,
With the committee?
yeah, with the successor agency, what the state formed is now there's an oversight board of the county. And so it used to be we had a successor agency and we made decisions on that. So now the city council is approving as the former successor agency. These are existing obligations. And actually in the past, we haven't been bringing this back to the council, but this year we thought just to make you aware of what is going on. So these are obligations from the Dunes Development, and this will go to the County Oversight Board, and they will approve these obligations to be paid to the Dunes. Actually, the Oversight Board approve it goes to the State Department of Finance, and then ultimately gets approved. So the city used to be actively involved, but when RDAs went away, the council is a pass-through, and it's really the County Oversight Board that makes the decisions on this.
So brief follow-up, then there's the 5 members and 1 was absent. Those 5 members they don't all necessarily represent Marina's best interest. It's the best interest of the redevelopment agency, or?
Yeah, I'm being asked to pull it by the city
Okay.
attorney. So let's put this at the end of the agenda. If it doesn't get addressed tonight, then can it go to the, so we'll put this not at the, go ahead, Ryan.
Mr. Mayor, I'm willing to just follow up with staff after. I don't think we need to have a discussion unless staff feels we do.
Okay, and I would love to discuss my perspective, which is kind of like Lane's, but from a different angle. And you're welcome to join me at the meeting where, once this goes through us, it will go to them. And I'll just say that an entity will end when all the recipients passing through these obligations no longer are finished. And we finished Monterey City, so Monterey City is no longer part of this. And at some point, Marina will be no longer part of this. We'll probably be the last ones to be part of this because we have the most the largest and the most longstanding enforceable obligations.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll motion that we approve our consent agenda minus, not including, 10F1. Oh, yeah, right. I'll move that we approve the consent agenda for the successor agency with this one item.
I second.
Okay, can we have, well, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, that motion passed unanimously, the four of us. And now we move on to our normal consent agenda. Does anyone have any brief questions or comments or want to pull things?
Super brief comment, again, Mr. Mayor, on the mobile food vending ordinance. I shared with staff and I want to share with the council that I attended a Cal Cities forum on food vending between now and the time we last discussed this. And there are just some really interesting concepts that were talked about. And one of them was that this is very much an emerging kind of thing that's happening in cities. There's a lot of concerns. I won't go into detail here. But I think it makes all more important the council member Biala's comments about following up, on a close basis. So.
Okay, and city attorney, was that? To our city attorney, if a council member like McCarthy is learning information he'd like us all to know, can he write that up in a memo and put it on a future consent agenda item just for our information?
Mayor, yeah, I think that's a great idea. And he could provide it to Lane and then Lane can distribute.
Then we could be updated as others learn what on issues that relate to us. Okay. All right. Would someone like to make a motion for our consent agenda?
Move to approve. Minus 10F1.
I'll second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. So we move to our action items. Let's take up the Hilltop Park. And I sent my questions, comments to staff. We did get some response from the developer, but basically I'll just mention that there's three very common species, fairly easy to collect, that they've deleted from their list. And in partial compensation for that, they've added several pounds to a grass that doesn't occur anywhere in Marina. And the ad hoc committee worked very extensively with the developers to come up with the list. And so I would hope that if they were going to change something we worked on so extensively, they would have had our ad hoc committee consider their proposals. But basically what I see them doing is dropping some very desirable species that are local to Marina and easy to collect and propagate in favor of probably a species that, although it doesn't grow in Marina, is probably well in stock by the nursery that's providing it. So they're kind of going to the easy one that's in stock instead of the ones that are more appropriate for Marina. So that's about my perspective. And I think Brian maybe could be the best person to go over the developers' thoughts on this, or how do you want to work this, Brian?
Mayor, members of council, actually, there are members of the developer here in attendance tonight. They can maybe speak to what they looked through as they went through the seed mix with the hydro seed company that they've been working with trying to source the seeds. What's provided in the staff report is a comparison between what was approved by city council and what was submitted for a seed mix that's commercially available at this time. So I'm not sure if we have any of the developers want to raise a hand and speak to this item. They did provide some comments.
All right, I'm seeing Doug Yant. I thought I saw Don Hofer earlier on this list. But yeah, just raise your hand if you want to speak to this issue on the development team. Jack Gow, maybe?
I'm here. This is Don.
Don. Okay, Don.
Hey,
Go ahead,
folks.
please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. Thanks for your time on this. We really want to get this project rolling and hung up on this seed mix issue, unfortunately. Back when this project was approved, we had done, of course, as many of you know, quite a bit of work with an ad hoc committee. And we had agreed to certain things after, a long period of discussion with the ad hoc committee. When the project was finally approved by council, there were many adjustments made to the seed mix at the dais by the mayor and at the time, sort of on the fly. And we were okay with that. We said, look, as long as we can get it and it's commercially available, we have no problem, getting that seed and applying it in the seed mix. And through the work with the ad hoc committee, we had all established a pretty tight relationship or working relationship with a company called Pacific Seed that had the ability to source local seed for us or some of the unique species that we were asking for that isn't typically included in hydro seed mix. So that was when the project was approved. Fast forward to today. And by the way, I should point out that list was quite long. I don't have it in front of me. I think there was, Bruce, you might remember 8 or 9 or 10 different species of seed that were on that list. We did not we did not add any species to that list other than what was already included per the ad hoc committee and the changes that were made at the dais when the project was approved. And so when it came time to purchase the seed and move the project forward, we were informed by Pacific Seed that some of the seed that had been planned was no longer available. And there's a lot of different factors that may go into that. I can't tell you exactly all of them. But so, what we proposed to do in working with Pacific Seed was to adjust quantities on the remaining seed in the mix that had been specified to account for those items that were no longer available. And so that was what was proposed. There was a proposal at one point from Pacific Seed to add another species, which we rejected. And so our proposal would be to adjust the seed mix to include just compensation in terms of pounds of seed for what is available, sort of filling in for what wasn't available. And that was a proposal. That's what we'd like to go forward with. It's a little unusual for us to be dealing in this level of specificity with the city council. So apologize for all the detail, but this is the way it was set forward. So if you have questions, happy to answer them, but that's the proposal this evening.
Okay, Brian, did you have anything more to add?
No, not at this time. I mean, staff wasn't involved in the sourcing of the seeds, but when they did make the submittal for the hydro seed mixture, that's what we were using for comparison was what was approved by city council.
Okay. And I want to give a little bit of historical context. This really all began when there were 10 to 20 oak trees cut on this property without a permit. And then a year later, there were about 7 large trees cut without a permit over at phase 3. And so the community was sort of incensed. And so we thought that we would get serious on Hilltop Park. We would, as Don mentioned, extraordinarily be involved because the level of trust and the level of anxiety was pretty high. And so the citizens decided to form an ad hoc committee to get involved to a level we don't normally because of the trust level. We wanted to do this right. And the Fort Ord guidelines, urban design guidelines, call for natives in landscaping wherever possible, preferably a Fort Ord stock. And the specific plan goes into this. And Fred Watson is here today. And we've had several meetings with our city council publicly involved in this. I won't go further than that, but the volunteers have worked very hard to meet the recommendations of the ad hoc committee. And since May of 2021, we've been urging the developers to do what they needed to do in advance to plan for the seeds that they would be needing, and just as we were doing as volunteers. So we were collecting seeds, propagating seeds, planting everything according to the ad hoc committee's desires. And the developers basically haven't done the same. So at the last minute, they're asking us to delete 3 very common, very important native plants that grow in Marina for a grass that doesn't grow in Marina. A compromise would be delete the species that they want and compensate by increasing the seeds on other local native species. There's about 15 or 20 on the list, but not that grass that doesn't grow in Marina, because by increasing several pounds of a grass doesn't grow in Marina, it's just more likely to get established and to spread. And that's not in compliance. It's not in compliance with the intent of the Fort Ord Urban Guidelines, and it's not at all necessary. The other opportunity or compromise would be that they go ahead with the seed mix without those 3 species and without increasing the grass that's not native to Marina. And at a second application, just like the volunteers, we have to go in, 1, 2, 3 years doing different plantings on that same piece of property. They could opt to put that seed or the equivalent of plants in at a future time when they're ready to do that. So that rounds out what I wanted to mention. So our normal process is to go to public comments. Council, are you okay with that? Yeah. All right, so let's go to public comment. And if you want to comment here in the hall, please raise your hand. If you want to comment from online, please raise your hand. Okay, so we have Fred Watson. Anybody else? Okay, Fred, so you'll be our last public speaker. Welcome, Fred. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The mayor said essentially what I was going to say in as many words. This, for me, this started with a specific plan that identified Hilltop Park to be a native theme park with some specific language to do with sourcing the plants from Fort Ord stock or some words to that effect. Basically, a fairly high level of specificity that the seeds need to come from Fort Ord or close by. And we've had a good process to narrow down that hydro seeding mix, as is mentioned in the packet. One thing that kind of hangs out there is the Festuca idahoensis. That we've always pushed back against that. It must be the case that the supplier has a lot of it and it's a good one to produce or something, but it almost doesn't occur on Fort Ord. I've identified 62 grasses on Fort Ord and I've never seen a Festuca idahoensis. In the 2022 May 17th meeting, there was some pounds of that species listed, and at the dais, the mayor requested that be cut back. So the direction to kind of pull away from Festuca idahoensis was there. So it's a little bit surprising to see it pushed back up again on the consent agenda tonight. And as the mayor suggested, one solution would just be to cut that back. 0 would be fine, and then just replace it with equivalent mass of other natives that are already on the suppliers list. Ideal would be to use those easily collectible, commonly used actual natives that have been cut out, the Horkelia, the Ericomeria, and I'm forgetting the third one, but those 3 you see them in restoration sites all the time on Fort Ord. That they are native to Fort Ord. They're easy to collect and easy to plant. So ideal would be to use them, but if that's not possible in the short term, just cut out the Festuca idahoensis and boost up what is available. That's not that species. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Fred. So that,
Mr. Mayor,
let me just close public comment. Go ahead, Councilor McCarthy.
I just noticed Mr. Hofford lowered and raised his hand several times, so I think he wants to speak.
He spoke. That's
But
who we heard from.
as a, not during public comment, though, that was.
Well, he was the proponent, project proponent.
I just would like to correct the record on a few things, Mayor, if you don't mind.
Excuse me, Don, 1 second, please. You can't just jump in. City attorney, so he did speak. Is it up to us, to our discretion, to give another?
It's in your discretion to allow him to speak.
Okay. All right, Don, thank you for your patience. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. There's a lot of detail that has been provided in the last few minutes here, which is just not correct. I'm not sure it matters ultimately. At the end of the day, it was pretty clear what the motion was by council when this was all approved. And again, guys, we're not looking to add anything or change anything. We're happy to adjust the seed mix as mayor, as you or others that have some real focus on this would want us to. Again, remember, there was never an agreement that MCP was going to collect seed. In fact, it's pretty clear in the resolution that the seed would be obtained from commercially available sources. And so I just appreciate the recognition of that point that we had all arrived at after a long period of time without rehashing it. It sounds like we're arriving though at a place which is great, and we're happy to adjust seed in various different ways. I mean, from what's available. We just want to move the project forward and get this thing done. And so if there's Festuca seed that you guys want us to reduce percentages of, make that recommendation, and we'd appreciate it if whatever you guys want us to do at this point, we can just move this along. I don't want to take a lot of time with this or make it a big deal. We just really want to be able to move the project forward. So thank you tonight.
Thank you, Don. And I too would like to put this to bed and try to do the best that we can here. So we have two options, council. Just stay with the approved. Maybe have three options, or we can accept the proposed changes. Or we can do a third option, as Don says, and just delete the grass of concern and have them compensate that by increasing the mass of any of these other, 15 to 30 species. So comments from council, questions, input? Councilmember Vischer?
So, Mr. Mayor, you as the expert in this, you would be happy with the third option to eliminate that long grass?
I'd be
And
happiest.
and then we can move forward.
Yeah, I'd be happiest with that
sounds like
option.
a reasonable solution to me.
And that's the option that Dr. Watson was suggesting. Councilmember Biala?
Yes, I echo that. I'm not an expert, so this is so technical for me. So if you as the expert would prefer, and I presume that Fred Watson would also, then the third option. I want to ask though, could we not have taken this off of the agenda so that it could have gone back to the experts, including Don Hofer and whoever else? Because I think, we've spent now 15 minutes on this and most of us can't even judge what is the best option. I think it's way too technical, and I would hope that in the future that we don't put this on consent, or if it is, that we pull it and it be resolved before we come to council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember McCarthy, thank you.
Mayor. I'll just say real briefly, I appreciate the discussion. It's interesting for me, Mark Twain says in Monterey, water's for fighting. To me, and Marina talking about native species is for fighting. It always just seems so controversial, and I have, I think, a different view than probably most people on this dais. And I think it's a deeper discussion than I'm prepared to have tonight. But for me, in general, having some non-native species in the mix, as long as they're not invasive or do harm to our ecosystems, is okay. Having said that, I'm not super passionate about what seeds go on Hilltop Park in this respect tonight. So I'm happy to go with whatever the consensus of the dais is. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Brian. So I'll motion that we approve an amended list here to delete the grass Festuca and to accommodate or compensate for that in any way the developer and the Pacific Seed Company wishes to do so with the other species on the list.
Second.
Okay, any final comments from council before we go to a vote? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. And a shout out to Shea Holmes and Don Hofer and his team for supporting, as well as they have, the volunteers planting native plants on Hilltop Park. It's been a good 2 years and they've contributed significantly to the success of that project. All right. We go to a couple items that were pulled, starting with the recommendations for city council assignments and, oh, I'm sorry. Making a couple of mistakes tonight. So we have a public hearing first on our city council meeting time. Lane, would you like to address that for us?
Actually, Eddie Quinn will handle that item.
Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, I'll keep this report relatively short because I know you have a long agenda. But this is a little bit of cleanup that we're working on before I leave office. The city code currently, I'm trying to bring up the agenda report right now. The city code currently sets forth the meeting times for closed and regular session. And those meeting times were subsequently modified by resolution as part of the meeting rules and procedures. This was really done before I arrived. And so the intent of the ordinance tonight is to codify the city's current practice to align the code with the practice. This could be helpful in the event of an emergency or other special circumstance. You wouldn't have to go through the ordinance procedure and you wouldn't necessarily have to call something as a special meeting. So that concludes my report unless you have any questions.
Thank you. So with our process of meeting, do we go to public comment now or do we go to city council?
I think you should go out for public comment and come back for questions and discussion.
Okay. So anyone in the council chambers here that would like to comment, please let us see you on this issue. And then anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak to this issue of city council meeting time schedule. All right. So not seeing anyone wishing to speak on this matter, we'll close public comment and come back to council.
Motion to approve.
Let's go to Councilmember Viola, and we have a motion on the table by Councilmember McCarthy.
Oh, I was going to make a motion. I second it then.
Okay. All right. Any further comment? I have one comment that we're going to get to this later in the meeting about, if we get to it, about how we handle public comment. But one option would be to consider in the future, starting our meetings at 4 o'clock, like other cities, Monterey and Salinas do, so that they don't go so late. And one of our complaints from the public is that we go too late too often. So I'll just throw it out there that maybe in the future, we talk about a start time that lets us finish earlier. They still have meetings that go to 1 a.m. and 12 a.m., but they start sooner, so they have a less chance of doing that.
If I may, Mayor, and that's really what some of the language is designed to address. So if you had a very long agenda, you could set the council meeting, you could set the time in advance if you knew you had to plan for a very long budget meeting or something else. So this is intended to give the council more flexibility.
Okay. It would be hard, I think, for the public to stay updated on those quick decisions, even with 2 or 3 week notice, because they're used to a regular. All right, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. My early motion wasn't intended to cut off any discussion if other council members have discussion, but yeah, I just agree. I think as we look, especially at new councils in the future, I mean, work requirements, all these things are going to require us to be, or the new council to be very flexible. So, and I think this allows for that.
Great. Okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Fisher,
Yes.
Councilmember Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Now we go to the mayor's recommendation for city council member assignments. Now we go to 13A, the city council member assignments. Who would like to lead us in this discussion? Lane or?
Yeah, just briefly, I don't believe any council assignments were changed on the committee, but I believe this was pulled just to have a discussion about the mayor pro tem assignment.
And possibly mosquito abatement district. So.
And
let's go to-
also the Community Human Services Project.
Okay, so let's go to you, Councilmember Biala.
Yes, I have been assigned the alternate for the Community Human Services Project, and I was that for the last, I believe, 2 years. Councilmember McCarthy approached me and had some ideas, I believe, to change that designation, and I'm very happy to do so. So whatever the next step is.
So
for
that would be to pencil him in where you are, so he could be the assigned liaison?
No, he is the member assigned and I'm the alternate.
And how would you like it to be?
I don't know. He just,
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I'm the primary and I'm happy to remain the primary. I had talked to Councilmember Biala. The meetings really are very informational and are great for folks that are kind of embedded in that subject matter. And so my proposal was, I talked to the executive director, it doesn't have to be an elected, but maybe if we had, and we don't have one proposed tonight, but in the future, if we come up with either another council member that might be interested or a member of the community that is embedded in this subject matter that wants to serve, it just might be a better fit for the city of Marina.
Okay, I'd be willing to serve if you prefer that, but if you prefer to stay, then I'm very happy with you staying.
I'm happy to stay. I don't, it's they tend to have their meetings during the day, so I can't make all of the meetings. And so as an alternate,
So I'd be happy to be the alternate if Kathy doesn't want to be the alternate. It's
That
just
would be
whatever
great.
works.
Yep.
I'm totally fine with that. And I think I would prefer an elected or a council person to be on the alternate rather than a community member, because I think all of these are assignments from the council. So that would be great, Mr. Mayor, if you wish to be an alternate.
Okay, so we'll pencil me in place of Kathy for your alternate, and just let me know when you can't make it and I'll do my best there. I'm probably going to semi-retire here in a couple of months, so I'm able to pick up some extra stuff. Okay. All right, then regarding the mosquito abatement district, Councilmember McCarthy, do you want to speak a little bit to that?
you know, Mr. Mayor, I didn't, yeah, I had heard that maybe our representative wasn't attending the last couple of meetings, but I actually did follow up and found that not to be true, that our representative is attending. I think we had voiced this time last year, just getting some feedback about what's happening at those meetings. And, you know, is our representative giving the direction that fits the values of this council? I don't think we've really had that. So just kind of wanted to have that conversation here.
Okay, well, we can see here that it's listed, her term, Nancy Amadeo's term is 4 years through 2026. And if you look back on the last 8 years or longer, I don't know that we very well have been kept up to date to know anything about what's going on there. So it's kind of like what Councilmember Viala said about the community human services. It would be nice to have an elected official so that we had a closer liaison between the mosquito abatement district and us. But what's the pleasure of the council? And Councilmember Viala, or let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Oh, I put hand up for something else, but I agree. I would prefer to have an elected, a council member.
Is there a council member that could make a second Tuesday, 12 noon meeting or has the interest?
I could. Just that I don't know others.
All right.
I don't know about Councilmember Marina Dirksen, who mentioned this a year ago, so I don't know.
Okay.
We can find out if, and if she doesn't want to do it, I can do it.
Okay. Now some of these agencies don't like changes during the term, and it says term through 2026. So Anita, do you have any input on that? Or Heidi?
Through the mayor, I have not looked at what the requirements are for appointment, but that's something that we could look at.
Okay. So council, how would you like to proceed?
I should point out, Mr. Mayor, too, our current representative is that agency's secretary. So there is some level of
Responsibility. Not to say that her replacement would need to be secretary, but that'd be smooth and seamless for the agency not to lose a secretary. Okay, Councilmember Viala?
Oh, actually, it was for something else. It was the,
Legacy Day.
but that's okay. I think I would like to support the Councilwoman Vischer to be the representing member for the mosquito abatement district. And yes, it would be right in the middle of a term, but I think that it would probably still be acceptable. It's a significant change for a community person to an elected.
Okay, second, friendly amendment, would you be okay to add that we ask our city attorney or city manager to call the mosquito abatement district to try to make this happen?
Sure.
Through the mayor, you could make the recommendation contingent on, you could make the appointment contingent on the ability to make that appointment midterm.
Okay. Is that accepted by the motion maker? Sure. Okay, and the second, maybe I was the second, so yeah, I accept that.
And I would still like to check with Councilmember Medina Dirksen if she wants to do this rather than.
Okay, so if we can friendly amend the motion to be contingent upon what our city attorney expressed and also contingent upon Christina Medina Dirksen's, our mayor pro tem, her preference.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, thank you.
thank you. All right, anything else before we go to a vote?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Did you have something, Councilmember Vischer?
Yes, about a different appointment.
Mhm.
I was wondering the Thamesia Bicycle and Pedestrian Facilities Advisory Committee.
Ah.
Is that still active and is William Greenbaum still attending the meetings? Because I think especially with the Del Monte Boulevard road diet project, it can be beneficial to get feedback.
Yes, and I think it's a third in a row where it'd be nice to have a Marina resident at least, or an elected official. William has moved to Pacific Grove, and I have a feeling he's not been attending, but I'm not positive about that. So what would you propose, Councilmember Vischer?
Are there any volunteers here on council?
Does any council person wish to be on this? It's a first Wednesday evening.
If none of the others want to do it?
We're losing our city attorney. She might have space in her calendar to pick something up here.
She can bike there. So yeah, my Wednesday evenings are still available.
Great.
So
Okay.
So yeah, I could do it because I think it's important. It's
Yeah.
especially with that project
All right.
that we now have.
So if the motion maker would pencil in Councilmember Vischer for the transfer for the Bicycle and Ped Advisory Committee, then my second holds. Would that change? Any other? Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Two kind of brief comments. So I'm seeing that I'm listed as the liaison to the Economic Development Commission. I've been pretty vocal for many years about how we have essentially dissolved some of these commissions. Something that I'm not in favor of, but I'm also very much for accountability. If it's the will of this council to dissolve that commission, I think we need to come together and change our code and say that that commission no longer exists. We've gone 3+ years kind of with this palatable excuse of first COVID and all of these other things. And I just think it's time to kind of have the council decide what we're going to do in terms of that.
What would you propose?
I mean, I've been very vocal. I would propose bringing back some of these commissions. I think they've served the city well. I think they have done a lot of good. But if the council doesn't feel that that's true, then I think that that's our decision to make.
Do you think it might apply to other commissions? There's 4 listed here.
I do. I think that we really need to look at, I've also spoke in the past about our relationship between the Public Works Commission and Recreation Community Services. Public Works by code says they kind of do a lot of the park stuff, but yet we have this other entity called the Parks and Recreation Commission, and it's kind of unclear who does what. We've kind of just rode it along for a long time, but I think it would be good to sit down and add some clarity. And I know staff's going to probably suggest that that's going to be a time-consuming effort, and I would appreciate that, but it's something that I think we need to either discuss or say that we're not going to discuss it, or.
Okay, well, within the realm of tonight's agenda item, what might you suggest as a friendly amendment to the motion we're building?
Well, I'd like my name removed from the Economic Development Commission if it in
Okay.
practice doesn't exist.
All right. And City Manager Lane Long, does this commission exist? Should we replace Brian McCarthy with somebody?
We have not brought that commission back yet. And I think that's probably as Councilman McCarthy said, that's a discussion we probably should have with the council.
Okay. Councilmember Biala?
Have a question. The Economic Development Commission, which department head would normally have been sort of part of that commission?
That was back when we had our economic development coordinator. So Marilyn Lidioff was our staff liaison to that commission.
And what department was she in?
Planning?
She is in administration.
Administration. Okay, well, since at this point it would be by name only, but if it did start up, and if it's okay if I have two assignments, because I stepped down from one, I would be happy to put my name on it, on an as yet functional commission, if that's your wish, council member.
Okay, and my
Okay.
second holds. City Attorney, is it appropriate for us to add any direction such as something that Councilman McCarthy was suggesting, that we bring this back for discussion at a later date?
I think that's appropriate. It doesn't need to be part of your motion because your motion is really just adjusting the assignments, but you can certainly, and I'm sure Lane will confirm that he understands the direction to bring back the commissions for review.
Okay. All right. Any more comments before we go to a vote?
Mr. Mayor, I have one.
Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Biala.
I just wanted either Heidi or Lane just to clarify the role of Mayor Pro Tem. I think since I've been on council, this is our third Mayor Pro Tem, and I just want to sort of clarify for the public what that means.
Okay, and we'll be going to public comment because I skipped that out of error. So who would you like to respond to that, Kathy? City Attorney wishes to, so let her go.
Through the mayor, the role of Mayor Pro Tem, it's not a separate function. It's not like the mayor that's separately elected. There are no special duties that attach to the Mayor Pro Tem other than standing in for the mayor when the mayor is not available. And at that point, you no longer call the person the Mayor Pro Tem, they are the mayor. It's to stand in the place of. So there are no additional duties. I think we have one strange code section under the Airport Commission that provides that the mayor is the chair and the Mayor Pro Tem is the vice chair, but that's the only special duty that our code has. Other than that, they just function as a regular council member.
May I make a comment after that? Thank you very much for that. I think that it's good to clarify that. I think that the public in particular might see that title has some deference or difference between the other roles of the council members. And so I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind as we use that title. It doesn't confer any other special influences or power or closeness to the mayor, et cetera. It's simply to be a surrogate when the mayor is absent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I appreciate the comment from Councilmember Biala. I think PG, and I don't know if you were city attorney then, but had a discussion that their code doesn't mention Mayor Pro Tem either. And so what they decided to do was just get rid of it altogether. But I found the same thing in our code, is that there's this one little piece in the airport subsection that does mention Mayor Pro Tem, even though it's never defined. But I do want to say that I think it applies to the public, and I think staff, especially staff in this room as well, because it's been interesting over the last 10, 15 years since I've lived here, the kind of stories that I've heard, oh, we're a strong mayor city, or the mayor does this and the mayor, and that's not what we are. It'll be hard to ever get some people to really understand our form of government here, and that's okay. I think we're lucky we have a very close-knit council now, and it's not an issue. But to the extent that I have heard from secondhand sources that staff has indicated that, you know, maybe certain people do get some kind of preference. I do think it's important to kind of set that record straight, that we're a 5-member council elected by the city. And that I think we all expect as close to equal treatment as is possible, which is a hard thing to do, and we get that. So,
All right.
thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And Kathy, you've been Mayor Pro Tem, and so what I say you might relate to. Everything that Heidi said is true, of course. The official Mayor Pro Tem's duty is to stand in when the mayor's not here. But I try to have good relations with the Mayor Pro Tem, and I try to lean on them and use them as my first go-to person. And the reason I was interested in Elizabeth was because she does live on former Fort Ord, and she is a different gender than I. And so I thought with a Mayor Pro Tem, it's good to have that as much mix as we can. And I look forward to leaning on Councilmember Fisher, you know, first in a lot of issues, partly because she lives on former Fort Ord and I don't, and partly because she has a different way of looking at things. So it's true that her only official duty responsibility is to sit in for me when I'm not here. I don't miss that often, so it's not a big responsibility. But for me, it's more important the stuff that goes behind the scenes. And the more I'm in touch with our Mayor Pro Tem, the better they'll be able to do whatever needs to be done if anything happens to me or they stand in for me. Okay, so we had a motion. Let's go to public comment. If anyone would like to comment on this, please raise your hand and we'll call on you. Anyone in the council chambers here would like to speak to this matter? Let's go to then Grace Silva Centella. Hello, Grace. I'm trying to, can you help me, Matt?
I think you've unmuted me.
Okay, thank you, Grace.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I just wanted to quickly say that I greatly appreciate the conversation you have just had about Mayor Pro Tem defining the very restrictive what role of the Mayor Pro Tem, and that you are a 5-member city council, of which each one of you council members has an equal position in how you vote and in the role that you play, aside, of course, from the mayor. I wanted to share that recently on a social media site, somebody was referring to the interim mayor, and that one really surprised me. I had not ever heard that phrase before, and it was clarified that he was referring to council member Medina Dirksen. So I greatly appreciate that you are stressing the very minimum role that the Mayor Pro Tem plays for our city. And I want to thank you all for what you do for our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you, everyone. So now we go to something pulled by Councilmember Biala, which is our city council meeting schedule, for 2024. Kathy, would you like to start out?
Yes. Okay, I had to remember what it was that I wanted to say. Okay, so it looks like what this this resolution was aiming for. I have to get it back on here. 10F, it was 10F. Okay, was that we have only one meeting for the months of June, July, and August as a way of allowing for the lesser with the vacations of staff and school being out for parents, et cetera. That's the agenda, correct? Now, I want to say that for me, it may be that people with children who have summer vacation. It may be that our staff well deserve more vacation time, but we already have so many things to cover in our agendas that, and the reality is private and other public entities don't don't recess for 3 months. I think that even though we'd have one meeting, even with two, we end up having more than two many months, and our meetings with 2 meetings a month can go for hours, and we begin at 5 o'clock. So I really am not in favor of having 3 months of just one month, and I would like to recommend that we decide which of those 3 months would have only one meeting, and we go with 2 months only with one meeting a month. I just think 3 months, I can't imagine. We have developers, we have Joby, we have all kinds of other private enterprises or other public agencies that need decisions, and waiting, for that. When we reduce that to 1 month, I can't even imagine that. So that's what my opinion is on that.
Thank you, Kathy. Councilmember Visha?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. I think 3 months might be too much to do at once. So if we could choose 2 months out of the 3. And I also have another request, or for any meeting that has at least 4 weeks before the meeting, I would like to get the meeting packet on the Wednesday instead of the Friday, so that council members have more time, because it will be a thicker packet. So I would like the deadline to be moved a little bit sooner to give us a chance to ask questions.
Okay, so I'm a little
beforehand.
confused, but I think you mean on those months where we only have one meeting,
Mhm.
there's more time in between meetings. You'd
Yes.
like the packets a little sooner.
Yes.
Let's ask the city manager how that would work.
Yeah, I think we could definitely do that and accommodate that. A day earlier, when you're doing just it back to back is tough, but I think when we have that break like that, we can definitely accommodate it. And I think it actually makes sense, because probably that following meeting is going to be a little bit busier, and there'll be a more information in the packet, so we can definitely accommodate that.
Okay, and for Elizabeth, did you have more?
I heard the city manager say 1 day. I was asking for 2 days. I thought Wednesday instead of the Friday, and just to give us more chances to ask questions and get answers before the meeting, so the meetings can be hopefully very efficient.
Okay, I think we can do that.
All right, there's a couple options that haven't been discussed. Councilmember Bial's option was to have one meeting instead of 2 during a month of the summer. That's an option to what was proposed to us, which was have 3 months with only, is it 2 months with only one meeting? And you're asking about only 1 month with one meeting?
No, I was asking choose between June, July, or August to have 2 of those months, one meeting.
Right, okay, and there were 3 months with one meeting, and you're proposing to have 2 months instead of 3.
Right, and I
with one
don't
meeting.
care which ones they are.
Correct. So the options of that I see are to have only 1 month with one meeting instead of 3, or instead of 2, but 1 month. The other option I see is to cancel 2 meetings in a month. There are agencies like Transportation Agency of Monterey County, they don't meet in August for this same reason. So those are just options, and I don't have a strong preference either way, but there's about four ways, including those 2, that we could consider. So it's really up to the pleasure of the council, which way you want to go, what option. Councilmember Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to hear from the city manager what staff would prefer, because I think going 6 weeks might be, with all the projects going on, might be too long.
How about we go through the 4 options and the staff can raise their hand, which one?
You might get a divided staff. Actually, we did talk about this at the department head level, and it was actually the department heads that recommended this, and that they liked it. Kind of made sense to us. We did talk about some of those cities and agencies that shut down in August, and we felt that just because of our workload that it'd be preferable to have one meeting in that month. And if you have 2 months back to back, one meeting, that really gives a lot of time to be able to schedule vacation and flexibility that we need. And so I think staff's present preference is one meeting, and I think we're fine with 2 months. And it either June, July, August, either one is fine, but if we could have them back to back, that helps more flexibility in scheduling vacation time.
Vish. Councilmember Viala? All right. So Lane is saying that Kathy's option is one that's acceptable to everyone, and that's to choose 2 months to have one meeting. How about you tell us, Lane, which months you'd like to have one meeting? Which 2 months?
That's right. How about if we ask staff if they have any
Sure.
preferences?
Yeah, and before we hear from staff, let's hear from the public, and then we'll go to staff. And I'll try to do better. Please remind me if I forget again our new order of things. So is there anyone, let's go to public comment now. Is there anyone in the room that would like to speak to this issue of summer vacation and where you want to go for camp? Okay, I don't see anyone coming forward in the chamber here. Anyone online who'd like to speak to this issue? Give you another moment. Okay, we'll close public comment, and now let's go to staff. Who's going to Europe?
Feels like Family Feud, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Survey says. I hear June, July. I see nods of heads.
We were talking about.
Is there a spokesman that would like to come to the microphone? Let's pick Belinda because she deals with personnel issues and there might be some complaints on this one.
I think staff is good either way, but we were discussing different things. So in June, there's budgetary things that happen. So that might be an important meeting that we need to have. But then also school gets back in August. So it just depends, but I think we were split. I think we were split July.
Okay, so the question of the city manager is, given these differences in lifestyle or life needs, can the city manager adjust the agendas to go light on those who aren't available and, kind of move that around, whichever months you choose? Just don't have rec issues when Andrea decides in advance that she'd like to have that month off. But the budget sounds like a real, that's a regular thing in June. We're trying to get that budget. So if there's no objections from the staff, how about we say July and August would be those 2 months we have one meeting. And then in June, when people want to take off, maybe we just don't have their items on the June agenda so they can. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. To the extent it's related to, I just want to bring up, and I know this council is very careful not to delve in the HR issues below the city manager, but I think there is some palatable concern sometimes, especially when we go late into the night, that staff is still here, and it's unclear to me whether that's the direction from their boss or not. Not expecting an answer or to have that discussion tonight, but I think it's something that I would like to be considered through Lane to really think about how we can maybe manage some of these meetings. And, if maybe someone's gone in August, they can still participate remotely or, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Or they can go home at 9 o'clock if they don't feel they're necessary to be here, and we might July and August you want to cancel? Is it July 15th and August 20th as spelled out here?
I think we wanted to, is Guido there? I think we'd wanted to, was it cancel the first meeting and keep the third?
I am here. I'm here, Lane.
Guido, do you remember that discussion? Which meeting did we prefer, canceling the first or the second meeting of the month?
I thought we were saying the second meeting. That was my understanding, Lane.
And that's what it says on the
Yeah.
staff report. So the motion will be to implement the staff report's schedule, except that we will meet twice in June and have the packets ready in July and August on Wednesday rather than Friday. Does the second hold to all?
Actually, there will be the packages for August and September, because that's where we'll have the big gaps.
Thank you. Now in July, we only have one meeting. So wouldn't you want that July meeting to be on Wednesday's packets? So in July, we have one meeting.
But that is still only 2 weeks after the previous one.
So it affects August and September's.
Yes,
packet.
yes.
So I think the staff understands the direction.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any more comment before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. That motion passes unanimously. Now, the next two items I wanted to move, but our city manager said that Councilmember Biala and McCarthy are really okay with them, so they should go quickly. But if they're not going to go quickly, I'd like to move them because we have much larger items that are, okay? So
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment? It says that I pulled 10G3 and I did not do that. I had a question, a small question, it was answered. That was the end of it for me. So
okay.
I did not want
So
to
that
pull
should
that.
go quickly.
Yes.
And Brian, how about yours? Is it extensive conversation? Very quick. Okay, so let's stay with these two. Brian and Lane, can you give a very quick, or Guido, address to the California Coastal Conservancy funding for access to the coast trails?
I think that's more in a Lane shop, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Guido.
So essentially what we're proposing, and we met with the California Coastal Conservancy, and they have millions in funding that they are encouraged us to apply for these grants. And this is a very specific grant. They encouraged us that we reach out to EMC. They've done this, and it's more than just filling an application. They're actually doing some design work and putting it so that we can be in a good position to get these grants. We're requesting authority up to 33,000. That was their proposal. We'll try to work with them to cut back as much as that as we can. And one of the questions asked was whether that is funded. Maybe part of it will be, we can fund from the grant if we get it.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. And the concern for polling was very simple, and it was just had to do with, we're spending, almost $34,000 preparing this grant. I think that grant writing is objectively one of Marina's weak points. We don't tend to get a lot of grants. And so, I'm just wondering, at what point do we say, hey, we've kind of funded a full-time grant writer? I'm in full support of this motion, but I will continue to sing the praises of considering a grant writer every time one of these kind of issues comes up. So.
Thank you, Brian. Brian, would you like, or Kathy, Councilmember Biala?
Yes, I'd like to move to adopt resolution number 2023-XX, approving a professional services agreement with EMC Planning Group, Inc., totaling $33,647.50 for the preparation of a grant application to the California Coastal Conservancy for funding parking lot and coastal access trail improvements at the Fort Ord State Park.
I second.
And I made a mistake again. Let's go to public comment now. Unfortunately, this wasn't a controversial issue so far anyway. Anyone in the council chambers like to comment on this coastal conservancy issue? Okay, anybody online would like to comment on this issue? Give everybody a moment. Okay, we'll close public comment. Any final comment before we go to a vote here? All in favor, please say aye.
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 That motion passed unanimously. Thank you, everybody. And let's go to the conceptual designs for our gateways. And Brian, did you have something on this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, very simply, the reason I pulled this item was there were several proposals, and I don't think any of us had initially seen the other proposals except for the recommended person. Since then, since the last meeting, I was provided the other proposals and I had asked for them to be sent to the rest of the council. I don't know if council received them, but I think that when we look at these very subjective, artistic kind of things, I think it's important for the council to play a slightly bigger role. And so that was just kind of the reason I pulled it. I wanted to have that discussion. And again, I hope the council's had a chance to review the other, but I fully support going with the recommended person.
Okay. Let's go to public comment. Unless Brian, you want to give any staff report summary?
You know, I just want to say, Mayor and members of council, that, staff did a request for proposals on this and evaluated the proposals for their technical abilities. We weren't necessarily selecting a design for the gateway entry. And that's, we were looking at firms that would be qualified to be able to lead the city through the process of getting city input on that, but not really necessarily weighing in on what that looks like at this point. That was the nature of the contract coming forward to city council.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go to public comment now. Anyone in the hall here that would like to come forward? Seeing nobody, let's go to those online. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak to this item. We'll give you all a moment. Okay, seeing those hands raised, we'll close public comment. And would someone on council like to make that motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda item.
It's not on consent anymore.
Motion to approve resolution number 2023, approving the professional services agreement between the City of Marina and BEK Collective for conceptual designs of primary points of entry into the city and the airport.
And
second.
And authorize the staff to do their duties as listed here on the staff report. City
Yes.
manager. Okay, we have a motion and a second. So all in favor, please say.
Before we vote, Mr. Mayor, just another quick comment. I do understand the Public Works Director's perspective, but again, I mean, there's the technical ability to perform art, which this in many ways is, and then there's the subjective nature of, do we like this type of art? And so it is a very tricky thing, but I still feel very passionate that, the medians, for example, there are some items where I think the council can play a little bit of a bigger role.
Yeah, so do you agree that what we heard from Brian, our Public Works Director, is that this bidder who we're selecting tonight, if we approve this, is to lead us through that council public process?
I think that is true. However, I think that based off of their prior experience in implementing these types of art, that's going to drive that direction, right? So if one is like more experienced in graffiti style art, for example, right, and another is more modern, and so just my perspective.
Right. Okay. Thank you. I understand now. Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. That motion passes unanimously. And a little bit of a hiccup here in the agenda. There's something listed here as 13 B1. And so I'd like to, since it's not critical, I'd like to move that to the end of the agenda. If we get to it, that would be fantastic. And let's move on to E. We have a guest here to give a 5-minute presentation regarding the Resource Conservation District's Monterey County agreement for a Marina Library butterfly/pollinator garden. And Emily Zefferman, thank you for your patience and thank you for coming tonight.
Good evening, council and city staff. I'm Emily Zefferman. I am the ecologist with the Resource Conservation District of Monterey County, or RCD. I'm also a resident of Marina. And I'm here to talk about an opportunity for partnership between the city and the RCD to create a butterfly garden at the Marina Library. First, at the request of the mayor and city manager, I was going to give a very brief overview of what the RCD is, because not everybody knows that. We are a non-regulatory special district, similar to a fire district or water district. We have a small team of specialized staff that work on a variety of projects addressing natural resources conservation throughout Monterey County, including things like forest health and fuels management, watershed restoration, floodplain management and invasive species control, agricultural technical assistance, and wildlife habitat improvement. And we recently received a grant from the California Wildlife Conservation Board to assist local partners with establishing pollinator habitat on public land. This funding addresses the critical loss of habitat for pollinators throughout California, with a particular focus on monarch butterflies. And we have been working with Citizens for Sustainable Marina to develop a project idea under this funding source, and would like to partner with C4SM and the city to create a butterfly garden with locally sourced native plants at the Marina Library. We think this would be an ideal location for a butterfly garden because of the added bonus of educational possibilities for the public through interpretive displays and signs and community outreach events that we would be interested in partnering with. And as a condition of this funding source, we must secure a 10-year access agreement from the property owners, City of Marina, which is what this resolution is about. This 10-year agreement promises that the installed habitat will be maintained, basically not interfered with during that time. It will be used as the funding intended during that 10-year term, and that the property can be inspected by us. We can do the project, and the Department of Fish and Wildlife or the Wildlife Conservation Board can inspect the project as well. We realize this is a public location. Those inspections should not be an issue. And we feel that given the leadership and the established volunteer base of C4SM, that we feel confident that the project can be maintained for this term, and the RCD is available for the first several years of the project to help with the labor, the project costs, and to really get this habitat established and get it going. So we request that the City Council approve the resolution to sign the agreement so that we can proceed with this project and begin creating this habitat. And we're also hoping, the RCD is hoping that this partnership can lead to future collaborations with the city to work on other issues of natural resources concern. We have grant writers, for example, and lots of other things. So that is all. And I'm happy to answer questions if that's appropriate at this time.
All right, thank you. We may have questions for you. Our practice now is to go to the public first.
Right on.
So let's go to the public, starting with folks in the city council chambers here. Okay, seeing no one rising, let's go to those of you online. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak. And let's go first to Jeff Markham. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you, Mayor. Could there be any more detail on specifically what's being proposed, the size of it, location at this time? I know what's being proposed generally, but specifically what's being proposed, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Let's go to Grace Silva Santella.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Two things. Just first, I want to make a little correction on your staff report. It says that Citizens for Sustainable Marina did the project to remove the non-native invasive grasses in the parking lot, but that actually was a project of Friends of Marina Parks. Small group, dedicated group, and I want to make sure to get a plug in for them. And just secondly, Friends of Marina Library has worked on a native plant project that we want to do adjacent to the building of the library and under the flagpole. I think both of these projects will work well together. And in some communication I had with the staff today, I'm feeling very optimistic that both of these projects can move forward with a little bit of challenges our project adjacent to the building was having. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. All right. Any more people who would like to speak to this, please raise your hand. We'll close public comment after we give you a moment. Okay, we'll close public comment. And Jeff, I'm sorry that there weren't more materials, more details here. I provided them thinking they'd be included, but to answer your question, there are 7 landscaped islands, 3 adjacent to Seaside Circle as you enter the library. And then there's 3 in the middle of the parking lot. And then there's 2 on the south end of the parking lot between the playground and that dirt access road. So there's a total of 7 landscape islands that have been left to sort of, go awry. So they're not very attractive. And so the good news is that we think that the landscaping proposed includes all local marina species. And there is a conceptual design that's going to be worked out in further detail by a landscape architect paid for by this grant. But it includes some islands that will have dune vegetation, some islands that will have coastal sage scrub vegetation, and some islands that will have a hybrid, a mix of those. And so we can definitely provide those details to council now and in the future as they move toward final design. But I hope that that answers some of your curiosity. All right, now let's go to Council Member Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So it looks like we're trying to beautify the medians, which is an admirable objective. And I'm not quite sure if beautifying a median would be any different if we didn't call it a butterfly garden. I'm not sure what plant species or whatever, is the difference between we would do a native species median to beautify, or if we do it as a butterfly garden. And it seems like if there's some ecosystem advantages for a butterfly garden, I wonder if there are other pieces of land near the library that we should consider to expand that. So it's not just on medians. It's just my thought. If the will of the public is to just do medians, I'm fine with that. And it sounds like Grace says that we're doing a butterfly garden along a wall of the library, but it seems like maybe if this is an important ecosystem objective, then maybe we ought to think about having a little bit more other spaces available. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Kathy, there's a lot of overlap between wildflower native gardens and what we're talking about tonight. So it's definitely very similar. You've been to our Oakwood Community Garden, which is not meant to be a butterfly garden or a pollinator garden, but it functions a lot in that direction because it produces a lot of flowers, which are visited by a lot of pollinators, butterflies and native flies and native bees, etc. And so it will be similar to those, but it's a highly visible area and there's a potential for a lot of trampling. So it's going to have to be designed a little bit different. It's going to be more of a manicured English garden than the more wild that you see south of the playground. And we did expand this behind the library. We expedited behind the library. We planted what we're calling a pollinator garden that I think you've seen immediately behind the library. That too is going to be less manicured than what we're talking about tonight, but it has the same species list of things. So grasses and things like mock heather, there are certain species that don't afford as much food, nectar, and pollen as other species. And so heretofore, except for what we just did behind the library, we've not focused on those food productive species. But in this case, in the library parking lot, we're going to focus as much as possible on food producing plants, that being nectar and pollen for insects. And then we do know that bumblebees like to nest in grasses. So the grasses aren't food plants, but they're important overwintering habitat for pollinated insects like bumblebees. So not all the plants in the library parking lot will be for food, but they will all be with an intention of attracting, supporting birds, butterflies, bees, pollinators in general, moths at night, that kind of a thing.
Sorry, the only one I would be concerned about is attracting too many bees when you've got a lot of children and stuff in the parking lot. getting in the
Right, and that's
car.
something the city manager mentioned as well. We don't see a lot of honeybees at our existing gardens. They're there, and we have a lot of children. We do have children every Saturday, and we haven't, in the 7 years we've been working that next to the library, we haven't had any incidents except this past spring, we had a yellow jacket nest inside our planting area, and Public Works came and had to address that. But that didn't have much to do with the flowers. They're more meat eaters than anything else. They like your hamburger and your Coca-Cola, but not so much the flowers. But we really haven't had an issue with bees, but it is a concern that we're paying attention to. Emily, did you want to talk anything about the hazards of a pollinator garden that might come about at a library parking lot like this? Such as honeybees?
Attractive to bees. So there's honeybees are generalists, and they'll anywhere there's flowers, they'll go. I don't think this garden would be particularly beneficial to honeybees, which are the species that are more likely to sting somebody. There's many species of native bees. Some are like teeny tiny little things that we're more interested in attracting, that wouldn't be a concern for people. And of course, butterflies aren't going to sting anybody. So that's kind of where the focus of the species is on for some of our.
I didn't know they sting. Butterflies?
No, I said they won't.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. I was going,
Not that
wow.
I'm aware of. I've never heard of a butterfly stinging anyone.
Thank you.
Don't worry. Yeah, so I don't think it would be more of a concern, I guess I'm saying, than any other kind of landscaping that would have flowers.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Emily. And then one other clarification, Grace explained that she and Friends of the Marina Library and Native Tree and Garden Club in Marina, they're working on a native plant garden, which is a lot of overlap with what we're doing, but she's not, I haven't heard her emphasize that she's going for a pollinator garden or a butterfly garden, although I think what she's planning is going to attract many of the same pollinators that our garden attract. I just don't know that that's her focus like it is ours. Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you, Emily, for being here tonight. I can't imagine anyone in our shoes that wouldn't be thankful for someone coming saying they're willing to spend money in our city. There were some interesting questions. I heard Councilmember Biala mention the word beautify, and I know this is very controversial, but some of the native species in our area are not considered beautiful by many. I have done kind of an informal discussion on Nextdoor Public, about the medians on Reservation Road, which are kind of some of the same species, and it was about half and half. Some said they're beautiful native species. About half of the community said it looked, quite frankly, awful. It was very polarizing. I'm curious to clarify with staff who is going to maintain if this is approved. Is this our Public Works Department, or is it volunteers, or a mix of the two? Or
I'd like to start. We're there every Saturday, and the library, because of the high visibility and the trampling, it's going to have more adverse impacts from people, and it's going to be more visible. And so we're going to prioritize the maintenance of that, and it takes a lot of careful maintenance. So we wouldn't want weed whackers and mowers and shrub cutting machine tools to go into here. So we would need to have volunteers keep it the way a native pollinator garden needs to be maintained. But definitely that's going to be our priority project, and we're there every Saturday for 4 hours, 52 weeks a year, rain or shine, with multiple people volunteering who know what they're doing. But I would hope that over the years, maybe 3, 4 years down the road, Public Works could take more of a role in it once the plants were established. But all the weeding is very particular, knowing the difference between what's a weed and what's not a weed. And in the first 3 or 4 years are the most important. But once we get past that hump, there'll be a lot less weeds and a lot sturdier plants that can handle more aggressive cutting, et cetera. And I'll turn it over to Lane if he has anything to add, and then back to you, Councilmember McCarthy. Okay, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that's just something that's worthy of putting on the table, and I hope it's something that this council talks about more in the future. But my bigger concern is that we're about to tonight actually talk about going off for a bond measure. And in that bond measure, we're going to talk about relocating a possible fire station and city hall, and the location hasn't been determined for that. And so I'm seeing that we're being asked to enter into some kind of access agreement. I'm just curious if we decide that the location for this is in that parking lot, or that needs to be reconfigured, are we limiting our ability to do that in the future?
Go to our city manager.
And I haven't really seen the agreement yet, so Emily might be able to answer that question for us.
Very good. Yeah, so our agreement, as said, it's a requirement by the funder, the Wildlife Conservation Board, that they're investing funding into this project, and they want to see that it will be maintained as intended. If somewhere down the line, the city decides we're doing major reconstruction on the parking lot where this project is, I think an appropriate response would be to pay the funding back that we would have expended on that project, which will be on the order of probably $10,000. So, not a significant amount of money. I don't think anybody's going to come out with lawyers, trying to sue anybody over it. We'd just try to figure out an appropriate response if it looks like that project wasn't going to be maintained.
I think that's where I'm just struggling a little bit, because not only is it possible, but it's actually very plausible that we have identified that general area as areas for possible construction. Sounds like maybe that's not a deal breaker. Maybe it's just another $10,000 cost if we decide to put it there, which I would be curious what the council felt about that. But I guess those are my comments for now. The good news is there's not anything that looks really good there now. It's the landscape has degraded significantly over time, or never really took off to begin with. So in that sense, anything that could be done there would be a plus.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Emma. Yeah, I was very happy to see that in the staff report it includes, partners must develop a plan for long-term maintenance. And my question also was, who is going to do it? So now I understand the volunteers will start, and maybe the city Public Works will take over later. For the parking lot, I think, if the location that's being considered is on the other side of the library. So what I don't think the parking at the library will change. Maybe, the cars will have the same sizes. I don't expect any changes in that parking lot. And I agree that it doesn't look good at the moment. And I don't know how the volunteers will be, what they will be doing to avoid trampling, because we all know people like to leave their car and just walk the shortest distance to wherever they are going. So that is a question. Thank you.
All right. Regarding the trampling, there are 3 islands, as I mentioned, inside the parking lot that are going to be subject to trampling more than the perimeter islands. And so there are pathways proposed in those for people to be encouraged to use. So you put them where people want to go, so they don't make social trails that are convenient for them. Give them a convenient, easy place to go. That's our hope, but we still expect there to be some issues. And then I'd like to respond to Councilmember McCarthy's comment about ugly looking landscaping on Reservation Road. Those are my words. Those don't get watered or cared for. And whether you have native plants or non-native plants, if you don't water them or care for them, they won't look good. And we have a lot of examples in Marina where native plants don't look good. And we have a lot of examples in Marina where non-native plants don't look good. It's really all about how they're maintained and cared for. And I think that if the unusual thing happens and we tear up that parking lot when we do something else at the Marina Library, I think it's all going to happen on the other side, including parking lots that are going to be new. But if by chance we do something in the next 10 years with a new civic center, which is, it's a big project. But let's say in year 4 or 6 or 8, something happens to our parking lot because we have a new civic center. I think that it would probably be a good justification to prorate the reimbursement. Maybe we spend $2,000 or $3,000, $4,000 to establish a garden somewhere different because we're damaging something that we hoped would have lasted 10 years. But I don't think that in 2 or 3 or 4 years, we're going to be demolitioning that public parking lot. We'll be lucky if we have money to start designing something, I think, in 4 years. But it is a potential. So that's why Lane and I wanted to bring this to council, because it is a 10-year agreement that has some pluses and minuses to it. And that's the main minus, is that we may not be able to hold up our end of the agreement, but I think we will, because I don't think we're going to do anything to that parking lot. But who knows? Okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve the garden and authorize the city manager to enter into the agreement with the RCD of Monterey County, subject to our city attorney's involvement.
A second.
Councilmember Biala.
Could we add to that is that the agreement would address prorated reimbursement for areas that the project is affected by future site development. So we're not just handing back the monies that we received.
So Emily, how sensitive is the Wildlife Conservation Board to changes?
We could put it before them and see if they'll approve it. We have had some additional language with other entities added to agreements and had some slight modifications. So that's certainly something that we could look at. And I think they're very accommodating in my
Great.
experience.
And I, like the mayor, don't think it's going to be the entire thing. It may be just the back end that connects with some areas that we're thinking about a civic center going in. So if that could be, that would be really great. Thank you.
Do you mean the north end when you say the back end?
I don't know. I'm so bad with
Towards Seaside Circle or toward the playground?
Seaside Circle.
Okay.
Right. That's along Seaside Circle, the longer part.
Okay. All right. So how would you think, Councilmember Biala, if I modified the motion to say that we bring potential changes for prorating any reimbursement, should we do construction, to the Wildlife Conservation Board for their consideration, but that we don't, if they say no, we don't have to come back. If they say no, we just go ahead with it and we.
Well, I think Emily's saying that it's a possibility, so I would like to try.
Yeah, so my motion would be that, I would modify my motion to say that we request that their RCD goes to the Wildlife Conservation Board with prorated reimbursement language for their consideration. But if they say no, they want to keep it the same way it is now, that we just say, okay. Rather than have to come back and hear that they wouldn't.
Well, if
agree.
we put that in, they're not going to want to agree to it then, because why would they? Because they could just get it
Well,
approved
because she
without.
wouldn't necessarily tell them that. She would say,
Oh,
the city wishes to change this. Can we please change this? But what do you want to do if we ask for that change and they say no? Do you want this to come back to city council?
I would say maybe there could be some secondary step that it's brought back to, let's say, the city manager for consideration. So it doesn't necessarily have to come back, but to say we accept whatever they decide. I don't feel comfortable with that.
Okay. Lane, do you have some solution?
I think what we're asking is authority for me to enter into the contract. The city attorney will review it. I've heard the council's discussion, and so we'll have those discussions with their board, and And then we'll take the appropriate action based on that. So if we can just have approval of the contract.
Okay, so I'll still modify my motion to say that Emily and our staff will discuss with the grantor prorating reimbursement should we deconstruct this project before 10 years is up. Okay. All right. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Please, all opposed, please say no. Okay, so that motion passed unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Emily. You're welcome to stay as long as you wish, but we are not offended if you need some things to do elsewhere. Okay, take care. All right, so I think I mentioned earlier that we were going to move the fire position up because it's critical for January planning to take the fire chief and 3 firefighter position issue up. So let's move to that and turn it over to either Lane or our fire chief, Doug McCowan.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll initially lead the discussion, and Doug's gonna add some additional information. So this item, we had a in-depth discussion back when we approved the budget, and we talked really about the critical importance of filling these 2 division fire chief positions and 3 firefighter positions, and we didn't have the funding at the time, and so the strategy was to apply for a SAFER grant. At that time, SAFER grants were going to be reimbursed 100% of the cost for 3 years, and it made a lot of sense to try that approach. It would save the city millions of dollars over time. Unfortunately, we didn't get the SAFER grant, and Chief McCown did a deeper dive into why we didn't get it, and he found out that really only about 5% of applicants really get the SAFER grant. So likelihood, I should say competition was very stiff. And I think it was very stiff because they're given 100% awards, and typically they'll give 100% or 75%, and then it steps down every year. And that kind of weeds out a lot of the competition. But we didn't get it. The need still has not gone away for the division fire chief positions and the firefighter positions. And so what we're proposing to the council is to allocate these positions to our staffing allocation plan. And so this is approved in the budget, and what council approves is these are all the positions that are approved in the city. And so we're the first thing is we're requesting that we amend that allocation plan and include 2 division fire chiefs and 3 firefighter positions. Now, the second part of that is we want direction from the council to once again try for a SAFER grant. But from a strategy point of view, we won't get funding for a division fire chief position, and we're trying to maximize our chances to get a grant. And so our proposal is to go after 2 firefighter positions. And then what we're trying to do is really the third part of this is get direction from council to amend our budget and fund 2 division fire chief positions, 1 firefighter position. And the problem with that is that's in violation of the resolution that council adopted that when I present a budget to the council, it has to be a balanced budget. So the budget I've presented to you is a balanced budget. We have a little bit of excess, not a lot of excess. But this proposal will not be within those boundaries. These expenditures of these positions will exceed our ongoing revenues. And so what we proposed is direction from the council to draw down our unallocated fund balance. It's currently at 3.9 million, and draw that down for the next couple of years, and that will be used to fund these positions. And again, that's goes against our structurally balanced budget. But we also believe that we have a couple of unique circumstances. We have built into our ongoing expenses $2.5 million a year with our ongoing protection of our groundwater aquifer. That's a very steep price, and you typically would not have that. Typically, that would be a one-time expense, but this has gone on for years and years, we know, and we just needed to build it into our ongoing revenues. These cases are now before the Monterey Superior Court, and we're appealing other cases. And so we are seeing resolution on this matter in 2024 and 2025, one way or the other. And so, I'm fairly confident that we will not be spending that $2.5 million. And so that will shift back over to additional ongoing revenue that kind of gives a comfort level that even though we're drawing down one-time unallocated funds, that we also have a path forward that we think we can fund this. The other part of it is we are continuing to add hotels. And so Home 2 Suites is going to open up, and that's going to generate a significant amount of TOT revenue. And the council's also approved an agreement for an additional 3 hotels. And that's going to, and while those are several years down the road, that's going to start again providing another significant amount of revenue. And so I don't think it's going to put our budget in a bind if we draw down the unallocated fund balance, because I see a path forward that we're going to make up for this, and our ongoing revenues are going to increase, and our ongoing expenditures are going to decrease. And so that's why we're suggesting drawing down the unallocated fund balance to fund that. Now, the other part of it is these 2 firefighter positions that we're proposing to go out for a safer grant. And typically we'll hear back in September. And if we hear back that we haven't got those grants, then we'll be coming back to council with proposals of how to fund those positions and move forward with that. And at that point in time, we'll have, since we have a 2-year budget, mid-year through that cycle, we'll be doing an update to council of where we are financially. We budget conservatively, and so we may have additional revenues, or expenditures may decrease, and so we'll be at a position in our budget that we can come back to council with some proposed alternatives to potentially move forward with those firefighter positions. I'm not requesting that, and this is strategically, I'm not requesting that we fund those right now, because I'm saying I'm not guaranteeing that we can fund it. I want to put us in the best possible position to get the safer grant. Because if we do get it, it's going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars in savings for the city. But I also want everyone to understand that if we don't get it, that we will be coming back to council with some proposed options of how to move forward with that. And then Chief McCown is going to go into more detail of the critical nature of these positions and other things of why we're making this proposal to the council.
Thank you, Lane.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. So yes, tonight we're talking about our critical need, staffing need for the fire department. Now, these needs have been identified by 2 separate proposals, studies done. We had the ESCI, the standard to cover, study done. And we also had a separate study, separate company, who had actually evaluated our responses and everything. And we know we need 2 staffed engine companies. Today, we have 1 staffed engine company and 1 squad. And that's what the staffing is. And we also need the management for that too. So hopefully at the end of the item tonight, I need to be able to go back. If the council decides to move forward, and if the council decides to approve this, not only do we have a path forward on our 2 division chiefs and 1 firefighter now, but if we do not get that safer grant, I want to be able to give assurances to our folks that we're coming back to fund them. Because there is a little concern. I got a question tonight about what happens if, the groundwater sustainability, goes longer. There are concerns. And so this is kind of, tonight we're asking all 5 positions
So we need the firefighters. Keep in mind that when we hire a firefighter, it takes a year to train them to be proficient. So when we hire like a probationary firefighter, to get a binder. And that binder is not just doing a task and signing off. It's doing the task however many times it takes, proper training, till they're proficient in each task. So when we get a firefighter, we'll get even 3 right off the bat. It's going to be a year before they're really proficient. So when we promote people and we promote people up, they're given a task book and they also have about a year's worth of work to do. A lot of work, a lot of training, so a lot of extra work on them to get them to that point. So with keeping that in mind, we have a truck on order. Our truck's supposed to be here at the fourth quarter of 2024. I'm kind of hoping it gets pushed back, but that's kind of that's what our schedule is right now. We have no institutional knowledge or experience on a truck company. So we are going to not only have to train our firefighters to get up to be proficient in their firefighter job, then we need, as a department as a whole, we're going to be spending a whole lot of time training our department on truck. We're going to have operations, we're going to have maintenance, and we cannot send a truck out with 2 people on it. We need to have 3 people on the truck. It's just, most companies have 4. I don't think we need 4 right now, but we do need 3 before we can really staff it. So we also, that engine companies out there, we got Joby Aviation. We're doing a lot of work out there. We're out there all the time. We've been helping them with their inhabited flights, I believe it's called, because we're doing dedicated standbys. They're doing they got a lot of production and high risk things going on inside the Joby thing that we're constantly trying to work on and follow up on. So I want to think about that. And we also have a major road project coming in that's going to really impact our response times. And we'll have 2 people out there and people getting to them, their backup. There's going to be a lot of congestion for the next year or so, or however long the engine road project is. And so please keep in mind as you consider this is staffing that we've needed a couple of years ago. We're not planning for the future. We're trying to catch up from the past. Between our call volume, between our overlapping calls, we need those 2 staffed engine companies. That's why we need those firefighters. And we need those firefighters to help to meet the NFPA, OSHA standards, and everything else. The second problem, and I talked quite a bit about this when you approved the SAFER grant, the division chiefs. Multiple roles for the division chiefs. There's the administrative and there's operational. So operationally, their response, each division chief would be assigned a shift. And so, that's a fairly common assignment. You go look any fire department, state of California, they have 1 division chief or 1 battalion chief, because the division chiefs will be doing a battalion chief job overall for a shift. And they're responsible for things like daily operations, management of the shift. They ensure compliance of rules, regulations, policies. They work for the goals and objectives of that shift. And they respond as a chief to emergencies for command and control. And currently, we're not doing the response that we need to be doing. Provide the level of service community deserves. We're not providing because it needs to be done on a 24/7 basis. And with the workload we have, we cannot commit to that. We go to when requested, or we have some certain fires and things like that we have to go to because of our meetings and other responsibilities. This is one of the big things that will change for the response. On the administrative side, I started to write down a few things. But I got 3 pages here, that's single spaced things of duties and responsibilities on administrative. And so what's happening is nothing gets done because we're only doing whatever this problem is or that fire is, we're just constantly doing it. Like the fleet, one of these chiefs need to be in charge of the fleet because we're trying to get pump testing, we're trying to go get repairs. We have spec committees, all those training, big one. We're not doing the proper training we need. We have all these other programs. We got our beach rescue kind of going, but we're not able to really get going into our, surf rescue and things like that we want to do. We have our reserve program takes a heck of a lot of time. And I'm really fortunate that we have a lot of great firefighters working for us and they really step up and go above and beyond what they really need to be doing, but then that takes them away from their engine companies too. So, and then also you can look at our EMS. We don't have anybody assigned to EMS, and that's like the biggest part of our response area, or one of them. And we do a good job. We do our individual training, but there's other things that we need to be doing. And then prevention. I mean, look at what's building up. We have a contract fire marshal right now, and he does a very good job for us. I'm thankful to have him. But, there's a big difference when you have a fire department person looking at these projects and getting the background and, because a lot of times there's little nuances you got to do. There's things that the code written pretty generic in some respects. They're not specific. They're not specific to the city of Marina. They're not specific to our community. And then when you look at target hazards and fire investigations and arson investigation, all those things that we're not able to do right now. And I'm just kind of communications, SCBAs, training, CPR, AD. I'm just kind of hitting the highlights as to a few of these things to, I know I've talked about it before, and I know that we have a big agenda, so I didn't want to go on and on, but, really happy to answer questions, and I appreciate your consideration, and I'm, ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief. Our practice is to go to public comment, and then I think we'll definitely have some questions. Anyone here in live person that would like to comment, please step forward, and then we'll go to those online.
Right. Mayor, members of the council, thank you. My name is Mark Sweeney. I'm the president of the Marina Professional Firefighters Association. Wanted to talk briefly about this topic. First of all, thank you for the city manager and Chief McCowan for working tirelessly on this topic. I know you guys have had a lot of sleepless nights and a lot of meetings working on figuring out how to make this work. So we do appreciate that. In 3 minutes, I can't really recap, and I don't think I need to, the need for these division chief and firefighter positions. You guys have been talking about this for years. It's been identified. We know the need is there. We know it's critical. We have our engine out at Station 2 at the airport, which is staffed with 2 personnel instead of 3, which is the standard. Technically, the NFPA standard for an engine company is 4, so we're running half as many as we should be on that engines. It brings up a lot of safety issues for us and for the public, and it also brings up a lot of service-related issues. We're just not able to serve the public to the level of expectation that they should have. Chief mentioned we have the truck company coming, or the truck coming, that should be staffed with 4. Also, certainly can't be staffed with 3, so that's a big, or I'm sorry, with 2. It needs to be staffed with at least 3. So that is a really big issue as well. Excuse me. We really need these 5 positions now. We've needed them for several years. It is urgent. We've had several councils acknowledge this. We have administrative shortcomings that Chief touched on. which would be addressed by the two additional chief positions. And as I just mentioned, we have service and safety shortcomings, which would be addressed by the three additional firefighters being staffed. So our number one priority as the union is getting those three additional firefighters on that second engine. We support the staffing goal being discussed here tonight. And we do it with the caveat that by the end of 2024 calendar year, we have some assurances that we're able to get those three firefighter positions staffed one way or another. And in full transparency, I'll read the actual motion we had from our meeting. So you're hearing exactly what we passed as a union with over 80% support. We support getting 5 additional personnel, including 3 firefighters and 2 division chiefs as soon as possible. If the city is unable to hire all 5 positions within the calendar year of 2024, then we request hiring of 3 firefighter positions to bring Station 2 to a 3-person staffing model. So with that said, once again, we appreciate all your hard work and attention to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Okay, let's go online. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak. Give everybody a moment. If you haven't raised your hand yet and wish to, please do so. Okay, we'll close public comment and go to our city attorney, Heidi Quinn. All right. Chief, got a little confused because the staff report talks about an admin division chief and then a training ops division chief and then a fire marshal division chief. And when you were talking about admin, it sounded like you started to talk also about some training things. So can you tell us the difference between responsibilities of the admin division chief and the training ops division chief?
So in this case, they're one and the same. A division generally has multiple areas. So like I said, these are division chiefs would serve a dual role. And so when we'll have a division chief overarching for the whole department in charge of training and operations. Right now, we're envisioning training operations, fire marshal, and then admin and EMS maintenance. It's kind of our general things. Underneath that division, so suppose that Division Chief 1 is training and operations. He sets the training, makes sure for the whole department. But Division Chief 2 is responsible for training with his crews and ensuring that training is completed. So that when we're doing multi-company drills and things like that, the expectation is that division chief will be out there with his crews, working with them and training. Those are some of the things that, right now the guys will do on their own or once in a while, Carlos go out, but we're trying to relieve or distribute the workload enough so that we can provide the proper, training, supervision, everything for these different shifts that we're not doing today.
Okay, so I understand that each division chief also has responsibilities with the shift that they supervise, but can you tell me an abbreviated version of the difference between what the admin chief does versus the division chief that takes care of ops and training? Because they're in different.
Okay, I think I might have confused you and I apologize. So each division chief, if this is approved, each will have 3 division chiefs. They're all admin chiefs. And they just have different areas of administration to do. And that's where we get into the training and ops, we get into the fire marshal, we get into the policies, EMS, admin, maintenance, those types of things. Those are some of the overarching, and there's a ton of subcategories underneath those. So when I said that the division chiefs have a dual role, so the dual role would be those admin duties. The operational role is where they're
the duty chief for that shift or that shift chief, one and the same person.
Beating a dead horse, the table of organization has a division chief that says ops and training. And then has a division chief that says admin EMS. So are those not labeled correctly?
Yeah, so in this particular chart with the envision, and I can reword it. So this admin division chief we have policies and procedures that aren't getting done, that need to be done. That would take care of like all these those types of items that are super critical to having a good operation. It's just a kind of an overarching heading.
Can you give an example of a policy or a procedure?
Sure. So because it took us almost 8 months to do. We did a policy for how we're going, our initial actions. So our initial actions is we get a vehicle accident. Who goes? What do you do when you get there? What kind of command structure? We have these initial action. That's like a policy. We have a policy on social media. We have a policy, all these things that we need to do to protect the city from liability, things like that. We have Lexipol. And even though we've had it for like 3 or 4 years, it's not being utilized yet. We're trying to get there, but we just we have a policy going. We're going to discuss tomorrow about target hazards. So we can.
What's a target hazard?
So a target hazard is some high value or possibility of life safety or environmentally.
So would it be like Joby Aviation, what they bring?
Yes,
is a
so
special
Joby
target?
Aviation with that manufacturing is a target hazard.
Yeah.
Because it takes an enhanced response. The target building, the type of large structure is enhanced response. We have some care facilities. So if we have a fire, we have an enhanced response. And that's one of the things, where we respond even on a fire alarm or things like that, we'll respond a couple engines, as opposed to a fire alarm at a residential area where just respond one engine. So we use those target hazard designations. We've been working on that for a while too. And we're also working with our GIS to try to get it in our mapping. We need to get some information back to them.
Is Cypress Knolls burning those buildings? The potential for those buildings to burn, is that a target hazard?
No, because right now, even though every fire is a environmental hazard, but we don't have a high value and we don't have a life safety issue. I mean, an exceptional or a high loss of life. Like the hotels, they're all target hazards.
Okay.
All the hotels are target hazards. Schools are target hazards. Care facilities are target hazards. And I have a list.
Okay.
Also, I'm sorry.
Great.
But those are care facilities are.
Okay. I never heard
Okay.
the word before, but now I understand it much better. So when it comes to ops and training, I think of operations like police. They have the commander in charge of operations, which is managing the patrol schedules and stuff like that. What does the operations chief do here?
And so in this case, this person is going to be the primary contact. So not only do they going to be working with 911, they have to work with the county chiefs. They have to work on our response procedures. They have to work on our mutual aid agreements, and they have to be, and they're going to be tasked with being influential on a county level, because how we respond as a county to these target hazards or major alarms affects all of us, and we all need to work together. In fact, they meet, we have an operations committee, we have a dedicated fire committee and an operations committee that meets the first Thursday of every month. And those folks set the tone for the whole county. And then we need to bring that here. And this person would be how we respond, how many engines goes to a target hazard, who goes to a vehicle accident. That's the over operations part. What do they do? Then I think I got another list here of some of the stuff. They worry about the equipment, some of the chainsaws, the beach rescues, the drone programs, the hose, ladders, pumps. our DOT annuals, things like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to time myself. Yes, you probably went 7 minutes, but I'm not counting. Okay, so I just want to make sure that I understand this, that what we have before us is that from unallocated funding, we could probably swing 2 division chief positions and 1 fighter position. But we need more than that. And the union has said that they really need the 3 positions. So it sounds like the SAFER grant that we would reapply for will tell us whether we got it in September of 2024. So let's say that we approved and we found the funding for 2 chiefs and 1 fighter, but the SAFER grant is really for firefighters. And so we would go ahead and apply for a SAFER grant and then know by September whether we can get funding for those 2 positions. So if that happens, then then we'll have all the positions that we need. We'll have the 2 division chiefs and the 3 firefighter positions if we get the SAFER grant. If we don't get it, that means for 9 months, potentially without knowing whether we're going to get the SAFER grant, we're going to be short 2 firefighter positions. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so my question is, can the division chiefs, can they function in an emergency as a firefighter?
I mean, technically, yes, because that's where they came from.
Mhm.
But in an emergency, they're going to be in charge of the call, running the call.
Okay, so are we going to be at high risk from January to September, even if we get the SAFER grant? We're going to be minus those 2 firefighters because we're waiting, right? Because the SAFER grant is for firefighters. They won't pay for chiefs,
Correct.
correct?
I can answer that a little bit. A couple of years ago, we didn't even have the second engine company. And so we are progressively getting better and addressing our needs. I wouldn't say that we're at high risk, but these are absolutely important and critical needs. And what I will commit to this council and our firefighters union who has been really supportive of this process is if we don't get the SAFER's grant, I will be coming back to the council with proposed recommendations on how we can move forward to fund that before the end of 2024.
Okay, got it. And what you're currently asking for at the maximum is two division chiefs and 3 firefighter additional positions. Will this serve us for how long into the future? I mean, in terms of population, because we're doing this now because we can't keep up with the population growth. How long will this stay for safe practices?
This would take us quite a ways in, and if depending on, I would almost see the next probably 2 steps. If we, as a population grows, by what we would need to do, we would probably need to hire 3 more engineers down the roads for relief. Still 2 engine companies. I think that we're 2 good engine companies.
Down the road, a year, 2 years, 5
Couple-
years?
It's at least a couple of years, probably.
Okay.
I think it's something that we need to constantly evaluate. We need to get up to where we're not even to our baseline yet.
Okay.
And then it's easier to gauge, and it's something we keep evaluating. I think that, as we look towards planning towards the future, we do need to look at a relief, 1 person to float, just because overtime will kill us. We're just
Right.
the overtime. And then after we get that'll give us quite a ways into the future. Those 2 solidly staffed engine companies with enough personnel, or we're not having forced overtime all the time. That would get us a great. And then depending on the workload, then we need to look at the next step, I believe, would probably be like a deputy chief, so we could convert our division chiefs to, shift work.
Mhm. But this scenario would at least last us maybe for 2 years.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
definitely. Would
Okay.
last us,
Then
yes.
my last question is, since I realize that SAFER grants had a very low amount of awardees, but if we apply again, is writing the SAFER grant?
We have
We
a,
need to, change and find another person, or I don't know who's
Yeah.
doing it.
Our grant writer is the one who got us the last Safer grant.
Okay.
He's the one, we actually have an AFG, there's actually three grants. So there's this AFG grant and we actually have a air compressor coming, council approved. That's the same grant writer.
Okay.
We have a
So he's
recruit,
experienced.
yeah,
he or she.
recruitment and retention grant. That's another item I've been bring on. We got the grant, we haven't been able to implement it because we just don't have the people to run it yet. I mean, normally when we were back 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, our call volume, our workload wasn't near what it is today.
Yeah.
But, it's like we got this grant, but we haven't been able to hire the firefighters,
Got it.
even though we got money to pay for it from the grant. So
Okay, well, my time is up. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let's go to Councilmember Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief, did I hear you say that there's no EMTs? And
I'm sorry, no, we have EMTs.
Okay,
We are,
because
what I mean is we don't have so the EMS agency in Monterey County, all our EMTs work underneath their umbrella. And so we're supposed to be doing things with quality control. They have their meetings. They just had an ambulance RFP. We were involved in it. We did a SWOT analysis, we did provide some input, but it's just someone that things are always changing. They're looking at expanding the scope of our services that we can provide. So that a lot of training and a lot of specialized possibly equipment we need to buy, but someone needs to be in charge of that program for the department so they could, oversee it and make sure that we're ensuring compliance with everything.
I hoped I misunderstood that. And I just wanted to mention that in 2018, I know lots of volunteers went door to door to get the TOT tax increased from 12 to 14%. And one of the main reasons we gave the residents was, we need more firefighters. So just to remark that. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Chief, on that, how many new firefighter positions are staffed now compared to 2018?
So we hired 4 additional people on the SAFER grant. The last one. So we have 4 more positions than 2018.
And then of those, how many are firefighters versus engineers, captains, or?
So
Chiefs.
when we hired back in 2018 or before the SAFER grant, we had 6 engineers, 3 captains, and 1 firefighter or 2 firefighters. Trying to remember the exact how that worked. I don't remember the exact numbers, but when we got the firefighters, working with the union, and my hat's off because normally they wouldn't do this. We staffed the squad. So basically we have 6 captains, 6 engineers, and 3 firefighters right now. That's why we needed 3 firefighters to fill out, and the plan was to move forward to staff those other 3 positions. And then COVID hit and things like that, just really stopped everything. But, here we are back. So that was right around 2020, right around COVID when we did all that, just before COVID.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Just 2 quick questions through the mayor. Maybe this is more for HR chief, if you can answer, but in terms of the dollar amount that is being asked to fund these positions, is that kind of an all-in with pension, debt, and all entitlements? I mean, I know you can't really predict overtime, but would you anticipate these positions would generate overtime or? So the first part of your question, this is all in, this is a fully encumbered rates we're giving. And also the people that were hired would be under the PEPRA plan too. So it will not increase our unfunded liability, our PERS unfunded liability. So all the numbers that are before you and all the things we're talking is fully encumbered. The overtime, I don't see it increasing the overtime right now. In fact, we actually see overall through the fire prevention and other things, inspections, that we'll be able to bring in-house. All these other things that we're paying a consultant right now. Granted, there's gonna be a learning curve for new people, but we'll bring it in and it'll be $100,000.
So are you saying it's plausible that there could actually be some cost savings in terms of overtime and other positions and consultants and?
Yes, I mean, the overtime we gotta work in because ideas is staff the engine company, but definitely on the consultants and then, you know, other people, we're definitely gonna have a cost savings. Absolutely.
And I guess the other question is really more of a comment, but just the 590,000 total is, obviously that goes up every year, right? So it might be 600,000 next year and 615,000, whatever it is, so. All right, that's it from me right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to follow up on what Councilman McCarthy just said. Under fiscal impact on page 4 of the staff report, it says that with 2 new fire chiefs and 1 new firefighter, it'll cost 590,000. We already have 200,000 allocated in our budget, so the net impact change to our budget is another 390,000. But as Councilmember McCarthy just indicated, this is an ongoing expense. So this year, the net impact you might say is 390,000. But the net impact next year will be the full 590,000 plus, as McCarthy just mentioned, any increase due to inflation and all
I
that.
think that the 200 is already budgeted
For this year.
and next year, because we have a 2-year budget.
Ah, okay. So thank you for that clarification. So for this year and next year, we will have a $390,000 expense more than what we've already approved last July or whenever we approved our budget, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe, yeah.
And then after that, let's say in year 3 to whenever, year X, it will be back up to the full $590,000 impact compared to what we're spending now, because we don't have those 2 fire chiefs or we don't have that firefighter. But when we do, in year 3, they're going to cost $590,000 or more because of the increases annually.
Right. The 200,000 is already factored into the budget.
Right. It's
For the next 2 years.
it's embedded.
It's
So
embedded.
so it's just like any staff position. So that 200,000 is permanently allocated in the budget.
Right, but if we didn't do this, we would have in year 3, $590,000 to spend somewhere else.
Correct.
So the 2 chiefs and the 1 firefighter are going to cost us 590,000 plus increases for now on, right?
Yes.
And we're not talking the other 2 firefighters yet, but hopefully we get a grant for savings in year 1, 2, and 3, and then they're on us 100% on our budget in year 4 through X. So I just want to make that clear that this is more than a 1 or 2 year impact to our budget. Of course, we're talking about long-term employees. The next thing I want to mention is the creative use of ongoing expenses to be paid for with one-time revenues. And so we have an unallocated fund balance of 3.9 million. It doesn't necessarily grow every year. And usually our policy, as it says in the staff report, is to only spend that one-time money on one-time purchases, like a new building or something like that. But I am in favor of using on occasion this one-time money, unallocated fund balance, for ongoing revenue for a short period of time, because otherwise it would run out. We wouldn't be able to do this. So I appreciate the proposal to look at this 3.9 million, in this case, to cover 2 years of expenses, right? And then after those 2 years of expenses, we expect other monies, not the unallocated fund balance, to be able to afford those. But I do want to push back a little bit on the city manager's contention that we have hotels coming, et cetera, because when we've done our 2-year budgets, we know that those hotels are coming. And we take that into account when we do our budgets. It's not like we didn't think about new revenue coming in the future and tonight we are. And so we're going to use that new revenue we haven't considered before to pay for these positions that were not in our budget. So I don't think that the new hotels, et cetera, their revenue was not planned to be used, and here we have a use. I think that it was planned to be used, and whatever it was going to be used for, it won't any longer be available because we have to use it for this. And I think that the citizens would agree that our top priorities are public safety, that is fire and police. So if you're going to take something from the future for fire or police instead of a swimming pool or a senior center or something like that, I think that's our primary job. So I'm in support of this proposal tonight. Councilmember McCarthy?
I too am generally in support. I do want to address one thing briefly. Presumably the whole council, I know I certainly received an anonymous email from someone who suggested that maybe hiring 3 firefighter positions versus the 2 chiefs was more appropriate. And it struck me as odd because most people are not shy about telling us that we're not smart for making the decisions that we do or don't make. And so what it told me is that whoever wrote this was obviously a sensitive subject for them. Perhaps they were a fire employee, a city employee. And so I just want to take the time to say, one, thank you for sending it. I wish it was more articulated better. And if there are legitimate concerns in the future, I think the public should feel comfortable sending us, whether it's anonymous or not, and better laying out what their real concerns are. Because unfortunately, this email didn't really articulate the reasons for their comments. But I think as council members, we're all open to that. And, you know, we can have confidential conversations with any member of the public or so I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I think that anonymous email was from the perspective of we need more line staff than we need supervisors. And that's a sentiment that's widespread throughout our country, right? We all want people on the ground and not quote overhead, unquote. It's my belief, maybe Chief, you can confirm, if we hired the firefighters now that we need, the SAFE grant wouldn't make any sense.
Correct.
So the sequence is really important to get everything we want, the most cost efficient way. This is what the chief is proposing. Even though we might agree that the firefighters are more important than the chiefs, we also might agree that we need both. And the sequence that's being proposed tonight is the best way to afford both.
Right. And I think, you know, 'cause I know that during one of our conversations with the city manager and, you know, we've had them both. He goes, you know, what do you really need, firefighters or the chiefs? And I need both. You know, we're at the point where we need both. And I think that, you know, whoever wrote that anonymous email, you know, I think that their concern is, you know, we'll allocate the positions, but you know, if we don't get the SAFER grant, then we won't hire the firefighters. And that's why I said, you know, in the beginning, I'd like to be able to come back with the, you know, the assurances. I mean, I heard the city manager, you know, he gave his assurances. I think that, you know, they need to hear from the council too, but those firefighters are critical. I mean, all the reasons I laid out, you know, and more, I did kind of hit the highlights, you know, what they do. And, you know, we're getting close to burnout from overtime. We have another whole multitude of issues because of our short staffing, you know, so those firefighters are critical.
And maybe Mayor, I can add too, I guess honestly, I was a little surprised that the pay level for, presumably these are entry level firefighters, but I just always thought it was more. So hats off to people who work that hard for pay that in this area is hard to get by.
I think they pay for it later, you know, when they retire, even if it's at a slightly earlier age than say me and my job, you know, their bodies are beat up more than my body, although my body's pretty beat up, probably not as much. So yeah, I agree with what you said. All right, Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to make a motion if there's no further. I'd like to make a motion to approve the adopting resolution number 2023XX authorizing amendment to the staffing allocation plan, adding 2 division fire chief positions. And now we're saying 3 because we're going to commit to it, not that we're going to hire three, right? That is minutes.
This is with our allocation plan.
Okay.
And so that's a separate document that now these are embedded in our allocation
Okay.
plan.
And three firefighter positions and authorize staff to apply for a 2023 SAFER grant for two firefighter positions. Okay, it's a 2023, not 2024 SAFER grant?
Yeah, 2023 is because they're a year behind. It's kind
Oh,
of
okay,
confusing.
we're
Or
behind.
like the last one, it was a 2022 we applied for. They have to get the program together and get it funded, then they send out for grant.
Okay, great. Well, I so move.
Second. City Attorney Heidi Quinn,
Third bullet point.
do you want to expand your motion to the third bullet point?
Yes. You need me to read that, just number three. Okay, great. That's my motion.
Second. one. Okay. Any further comment before we go to a vote? All right, then all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Doug. Chief, I know you've worked many years trying to get to this point, and step by step, you're moving the department in where it needs to go, and we really thank you.
Yeah, you know, I would really like to thank the firefighters because they really worked on this. I'd like to thank the city manager, you know, through his leadership or to the point in the city council for supporting. This is a huge step in our fire department for the community. You know, with the level of service we're gonna be able to provide to the community. And as soon as we finish getting those other two firefighters hired, at least a year from now, you know, we'll have our base level of personnel that we need to provide that base level of service to the community. And so I thank you from the bottom of my heart. This has been a long journey to get here. Thank you.
Here, if I wanted, everyone's been thanked except for Chief McCown, and Chief McCown is a phenomenal fire chief. We're very grateful, and he and I've spent a long time discussing this. A lot of these are directly because of his efforts.
Yeah, Chief. Thank you, Lane, for mentioning that. Okay, I want to make sure that we get 13G done. We have 13F before it. So I don't know that 13F is going to take very long, but I just want to do a time check with council. What time do you want to finish tonight? And do you think we're going to be okay keeping our order of F and then G to make sure we get G done? G is the future city attorney, and F is extending our Gray Star agreement with Preston and Parks property manager.
And then we also have 13B1.
Right, which is,
And B1, there's no critical thing on that one. We could,
right, we move that to
Table
the
that,
end, but
okay.
yeah, we do have other items, but they're not as urgent as the city attorney contract or the Gray Star contract, which starts in January. But anyway, Lane, do you think there's any chance that we're going to be long on 13F, the Gray Star Preston agreement?
I think they both should be pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's not do anything. We lost Elizabeth.
She's back in.
Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back here at 10 till, or a little bit before 10. city clerk says we have to get started. So we're going to resume with our item on our management agreement with Graystar over at Preston Park and Abrams. And Lane, who's going to lead us through this? Matt Mogeson is our Assistant City Manager. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Yeah, this is a pretty short and sweet item. But to rehash for everybody, the city of Marina purchased both Preston Park and Abrams Park at different times. So Abrams Park was 2007 and Preston Park was 2015. And since we've taken ownership of those properties, we've contracted with a property management company to provide those daily management type activities on the property. These services include the collection of the rents, the keeping of the books, the records, the documents, and the budget for us, performing all the repairs and maintenance out of the properties, the leasing of the units, including the advertising, managing their employees, and also the necessary, any kind of necessary personnel matters that they have out there, managing capital projects, and many other day-to-day activities and types of things with the tenants for us. So currently the city has an annual agreement with Graystar. Graystar California provide the services for us. And throughout the year, city staff meets with them routinely and we go over things like resident complaints and resident communications, the current revenues and expenses to kind of make sure we're at the numbers we should be at, property vacancies, where we're at with the capital projects that have been scheduled for that year, tenant association suggestions that might come in, and then just basic maintenance needs. So the action before you tonight is simply just to renew this agreement for a 1-year term. We do have certain requirements with our lenders that we maintain a management company and that we stay with the management company that they've approved unless we go through a process to change that management company. So it would be our recommendation at this point to extend this for another year.
All right. Thank you, Matt. Let's go to the public. Anyone here in person wish to speak to this matter? Not seeing anyone rise. Anyone online wish to speak to this matter? Please raise your hand and we'll call on you. Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise.
Hi. Again, just a brief comment on this. Can we please do better this year on having a meeting early and everyone deciding what their roles are and what they're going to do and what they're not going to do? So we don't spend I'm waiting for Susie, but Susie isn't involved or doesn't plan to be there or whatever it is, so that the process can go smoother. And comment.
Thank you, Denise. We'll give everyone else a moment to raise your hand if you haven't done so and want to speak. All right, we'll close public comment. Denise asks for an early meeting and for a definition of roles and expectations of what's going to be addressed and what's not going to be addressed. It's kind of a broad topic. So can somebody call Denise and ferret out, more specifically what she would like?
Yeah, and I think she's referring more to the budget rather than this agreement, but we can certainly talk with her about that.
Okay. I know she's in the know as much as anyone and has been for a long time. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that I recently went on a tour of Abrams and Preston Park and saw some of their apartment buildings with assistant manager and with Councilwoman Vischer, and I was extremely impressed. They have this stable staff there. Their office looks really like you're going to, an apartment complex that was very well run, what advertises, is in touch with their renters. It was pretty amazing. And they have done a lot to improve the community rooms, and their outreach to the residents there is pretty phenomenal. And the upkeep of the apartments there is superb. So I would absolutely approve renewing their agreement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to second that. And I also, around Halloween, I visited the opening of the remodeled community center. And it looks very good. Yes. So thank you.
All right. So just to save time, I'll motion that we adopt the resolution before us and that we authorize our city manager and executive director to execute the amendments, number 5, to the agreement, and that we adopt the other resolutions before us, approving an amendment number 5, and that we authorize lastly, the city manager as executive director to execute number 5 with the city attorney's involvement.
I second.
All right. Any final comments before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please say no. Great. So that motion passes unanimously and we get a lot less complaints now when it comes to these yearly agreements and when it comes to the approval of the annual budgets that we used to. So I think that's demonstrative of progress in the right direction. So good job, everybody involved. So now we go to Shoot, Mahaly, and Weinberger. Is it Shoot Mahaly or Shoot Mahaley?
Through the mayor, Shoot Mahaly.
Shoot Mahaly and Weinberger may be our new city attorney. See, it takes 3 people to replace Heidi Quinn. Lane, did you want to go over this?
Sure. And I think you really summed it up. It will take 3 people to replace Heidi. Yeah, Heidi has done a phenomenal job for us for filling in really for initially a short period of time and she's extended that to 18 months. A colleague came up and asked me, well, why are you getting rid of Holly? Heidi, what she done wrong? And it's like, no, it's the opposite.
What we did wrong.
It's like, yeah. But yeah, we can't express our gratitude enough to Heidi and her firm for what they've done to the city and our whole team and our whole staff. And we're going to definitely stay in touch with her. She's a good friend. But with that said, we've gone through a recruitment process. We enlisted the help of the firm Peckham and McKinney to help us in our outreach, and we ultimately had 5 firms that they screened. They brought 4 to the city council. The city council interviewed all 4 firms and selected Shoot, Mahaly, and Weinberger as the firm, and we directed Belinda to do background checks on that and reference checks. And actually, the Peckham McKinney did a lot of those checks, and everything came back great and fantastic. And the council, there's a couple little things with the contract that council give us direction on, and so we've incorporated that into the contract. And so we're recommending, as what council directed, that we hire Shoot, Mahaly, and Weinberger as the new city attorney. Renee Ortega will be serving as the attorney. And even though the firm is up in San Francisco, it's really not a whole lot different from the firms that we've had down here. 45 years with Rob Wellington's firm, they didn't have an office here. So they would come here on our council dates and they would, they didn't even have office hours here. And so actually Shoot, Mahaly, and Weinberger are even going to be here at our city hall more than Rob Wellington's firm has. And even Kathy or Heidi hasn't had office hours here, although as a Marina resident, she can drop over whenever. And so we're very confident and comfortable in the relationship that they'll be down here. We'll have access to them. And so we're recommending that we move forward with their appointment.
Okay, let's go to the public for comment. Anyone in the city council chambers that wishes to comment, please step forward. Seeing none, let's go to online. Please raise your hand if you'd like to comment on our city attorney matter before us. Give everybody a moment. All right, not seeing any hands. We'll close public comment. Oh, damn. Great. All right, we'll move Renee over to the panelists and ask our city council, do you have any questions of staff or Renee? Or comments, input? Councilmember Bishop?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking forward to working with this new city attorney. I know we'll miss Heidi more than we can say. I just had one concern in the agreement, the proposed agreement on page 64. It's just that I'm maybe not trusting enough, but it says the firm may otherwise increase these rates periodically to reflect the advancing experience, capability, and seniority of firm members, as well as general economic factors. I just don't like signing something that you don't know what they can charge you. I think they already understand because they also say if client declines to pay the increased rates, the firm will have the right to withdraw as client's attorneys. It's just that I'm surprised that there's such an open option in there. I don't know if that's standard, and I'm not used to reading these agreements, so maybe the city manager can explain.
So I think we have two different things here. So what they have agreed is a rate of $330 an hour for the time that they have with us. And then outside of that, if there's outside litigation or other things that we need to involve the firm, then their typical firm rates would apply. And you are correct that they adjust those as they need to in the market, as they need to attract and recruit and retain. And that we will not have control over. But in looking at that, comparing that to rates of other firms, those prices seem to be very competitive.
Okay, thank you. I'll just trust that it will go well. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Renee. Maybe just say hi, Renee, and tell us maybe a little bit about you so the public can start to meet you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening, Renee.
Yes, so I just want to say that I look forward to working with all of you. I don't have my camera set up today, but so I didn't anticipate being a panelist, but happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Renee. What's your favorite restaurant in Marina?
You know what? I have not picked that yet, but I look forward to taking recommendations and I will get back to you on that later.
All right, because you know we do have 55 restaurants in Marina. But on a more serious note, the point that Councilmember Vischer brought up, that based on the experience, capability, and seniority of firm members and economic factors, the firm may increase these rates periodically. How do you see that language working out, Renee?
So it is pretty standard language. And in our experience, we have not raised rates other than adjust them for inflation. So that has been my experience, and that's my understanding the way that we treat these contracts at our firm.
Okay. And just for the public's perspective, come January 2024, in a few days, we know what these rates will be. And then come January 1st, 2025, we might see that cost of living increase that you just mentioned. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Council, do you have other questions? We'll go to Councilmember Biala for Renee or staff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very minor kind of thing, but I noticed, in the staff report that, let's see, it's Seth Petta. He graduated from University of California, Berkeley, and he'll be on the team. And I can't find where you graduated. Which law school did you graduate from, Renee?
I graduated from Boston College Law School.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Renee, thank you for your patience and staying with us tonight. I know it's late and you've probably been on a long time, but it's really important for us to have access to you on this evening. We really appreciate it, and we hope that you work well with Heidi Quinn, as you're coming in with questions and updates that you might need from her. Are you available for that sort of thing?
I absolutely am available to assist, answer any questions, and I look forward to their assisting the city.
What that means is she can't wait to get out. All
I look
right,
forward to
Renee.
working with you in the transition
Renee.
process.
Thank you, Renee. Happy holidays to you and your family, Renee.
Likewise.
And thanks, and may I say thanks for staying till 10 p.m. to have your 1 minute say. Thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you.
All right, before we vote, we have past 10 o'clock. So does someone want to make a motion about where we go from here?
Make a motion that we extend till 10:30.
Okay, is that within our new?
Under the rules, I think you make a motion to extend to the end of a certain item or consider which items you will be
Yes.
deciding this evening.
And we have this general bond. Do we have a consultant waiting?
Yes, our Charles Heath is online waiting.
So I think the main question tonight is when do we end? Do we take up the bond measure or not? The other issues, I think we can agree not to take up, but that one is kind of in the gray area.
I would then make a motion that we definitely go through the bond measure.
Okay.
I second.
All right. So the motion is we finish the item we're on, which is a vote, and we finish the next item, which is 13H bond issue. If we have a second, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, that motion is passed unanimously. So let's proceed to a vote. Do we have a motion? Did someone make a motion? Would someone like to make a motion on our legal services? Okay, I'll motion that we adopt the resolution before us with Shoot Mahali and Weinberger, and we authorize city manager to execute that agreement. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please say no. All right, that motion passed unanimously. And we move on to our bond issue. Lane, do you want to start this out for us?
Yes, our consultant is supposed to be online. Cyrus said he's online, but we don't see him online.
There he, no,
What's the name?
see.
Charles Heath.
I'm online, Lane. Can you hear me?
Okay, there.
We hear you and we can see you. Thank you for joining us.
No problem. Lane, were you gonna introduce or should I take it away?
Just give us one moment here. We're getting
sure.
set up. Thank you.
Okay.
Lane, did you start out? What's the words? Yeah, so our city manager will start us out to frame this issue and then we'll turn it over to our guest.
Thank you, Mayor. This is obviously a very critical high priority of this council, and we've hired Charles Heath firm, and he's been working for several months now on developing our public outreach and education to help the public understand the critical issues that we potentially are going to put on the ballot measure for November 2024. And so what we have today is the story that we're going to be and the education that we're going to be putting out to the public. And so what we're interested is getting feedback from the council on this message if we're missing things on the message, and Charles is here, so I'll kind of turn it over to Charles. But the intent is the next 6-7 months we'll be doing extensive public outreach, and around the June timeframe we'll have to be making a decision whether or not we're going to put this on the ballot for November 2024. And with that, I'll kind of turn it over to Charles.
Okay. Lane, would it be possible if I shared my screen instead? I have some stuff prepared. Is that possible?
Sure, that'd be great.
Okay. There we go. Okay, I assume everyone can see that. I have a timeline up right now.
Yes.
Okay, good evening. I'm Charles Heath. I'm a partner with Team Civics. I'm the strategy and communications consultant that's been working with the city for several months in preparation for a potential measure to fund facility improvements in Marina. When we last discussed this item together at your meeting in late September, we discussed potential election dates. We reviewed the opinion research that was conducted on this issue back in 2022. And we also discussed the potential benefit that would come with the passage of ACA 1, which will be on the November ballot, that will reduce the threshold for passage of these types of bond and tax measures for cities to 55%. Based on that conversation, we refocused our timeline on placing the measure on a potential November 2024 ballot. And we've also retooled our communications and messaging based on feedback received from council. So tonight, I just wanted to briefly review the updated timeline geared towards that November 2024 election, and also share with you some of the updates to the messaging that we've completed and receive your feedback. Given the late hour, I will try to be efficient with the time here. But the timeline that we're looking at on the screen right now summarizes the steps that we've laid out in some detail to get us from where we are today to qualifying for that November ballot. To sort of summarize this, is we've spent the last couple of months updating that informational messaging so that it's prepared to go out to the public starting in January. The initial phase of messaging will focus on the age of the facilities, the deficiencies in the facilities, and why new and improved facilities are needed to continue providing quality services to Marina residents. As we move through the spring months, that informational outreach will continue through a combination of mass communication strategies, direct mail, social media, email, etc., in addition to targeted outreach to key stakeholders, both within the city organization, but also external groups and organizations within the community, some of which you see summarized in the timeline here. As we move later into the spring, particularly after we get past the March primary election, which will be coming up here in a couple of months, the communications and outreach will intensify, adding more detail about the proposed measure. And then the May timeframe, our plan is to conduct an updated public opinion poll to measure support for a potential bond measure. And assuming we see the support there that justifies moving forward, we would then work with your city attorney to develop the draft bond resolution that we need to come back to the council for approval in order to place the measure on the ballot. I know you had a discussion about adjustments to your council meeting schedule earlier tonight, but we would be targeting your meetings in July for the consideration and potential adoption of the resolution to call for the election. At that point, that would wrap up the city's ability to provide impartial information about the measure and would mark the transition to an independent advocacy campaign. And just as a reminder, no public resources, no city to advocate for the passage of this measure or any other measure for that matter. So that's a little bit about our general timeline. From there, I wanted to share some of the feedback that we received on the messaging last time we met in September. At that point, our messaging was geared more narrowly towards the public safety facilities, and those needed improvements, largely because those were the top priorities identified by your voters in polling. However, the direction from council was to broaden the scope of our messaging to focus more generally on other types of improvements that are needed to city hall facilities, recreation and aquatics facilities, etc. And so what you're looking at right now is a draft of our informational fact sheet, which is 2 pages. It does continue to talk about the age of the facilities and some of the public safety improvements that are needed, but it also talks more broadly about the opportunity that you have to upgrade the facilities inherited from Fort Ord to create new recreation and aquatics opportunities for local residents, and also speaks to the potential for building a new civic center complex near the Marina Library, understanding that the final location details are still to be determined. So similar to this, we've also put together a draft of an informational mailer that would go out to your residents in January. What you're looking at on the right here is the cover. On the left is the back with some frequently asked questions. But on the inside here, we have a letter from the city manager, some brief description of the planning that has gone into revitalizing local facilities and a summary of what those improvements might look like. Again, this initial phase of communication is really designed to set up the problem, what the deficiencies are that need to be addressed, and further communication will layer in more detail about what the proposed plan is and the measure to fund those plans. Lastly, we have similar content that is in the form of a PowerPoint presentation here. This would be for the purposes of outreach to community organizations, public informational meetings. Similar content, similar images. We conducted a photo shoot in Marina to capture images of some of the state of the current facilities and the upgrades that are needed. So again, similar messaging, but here adapted for a different purpose for community outreach meetings. So with that, I think our goal tonight, I know this messaging was shared with you in the agenda packet this evening. Really looking for feedback. Are we moving in the right direction here in terms of the breadth of the messaging and touching on the variety of different needs that would be addressed through a measure? And then also we were hoping that the council might consider appointing a subcommittee that we can work with going forward on messaging and outreach, so that we have access to input without the schedule of council meetings in this process. So with that, I'll turn it back over to council for any questions and any feedback.
All right. Thank you very much, Charles. You've done a lot of work. Can you go to the postcard draft first mailer?
Point of
Sure. Go ahead.
order,
Bring that back
Mr.
up. Yep.
Mayor. We
Oh,
want to
yeah,
go.
yeah, yeah. I'm so sorry. Scratch what I just said. Let us please go to the public, starting with the people in person. Anyone want to speak to this issue? Please come on up. Anyone want to talk from online? Please raise your hand. Welcome back, Mark.
Thank you. Just to be clear, I'm here speaking for myself, not representing a union position or anything. I know it's been discussed with the public safety station, the fire station, the need to relocate our station to a better location. We've talked about the area of California and Imgen to better serve the south side of town. Very important. Want to say that as a firefighter, to get those response times down. One of my concerns during this whole process and the discussion of the bond, and I just want to kind of get it on record as something for the council to consider, is the different parts of the bond and how they're tied together and what we're going for as a city and what we're looking to fund, whether it's city hall, all the other items in it. One of my fears is that I'm sure putting a police and fire station attached to other things like city hall make it more attractive. One of my fears is that if those numbers get so big that we end up with nothing instead of everything, right? We've addressed a dire need to move that fire station. Having a fire station located out at Marina Airport isn't serving the community very well in that location. Serves the airport wonderfully, but we really need to move it so we're better serving the south side of town. And I would just hate to see the bond measure fail and not get that fire station because it's attached to so many other things, like I said, and that overall number is just so big. So just wanted to share that thought for consideration. Thank you.
Mark, before you go, can you discuss the ultimate plan to put a fire station north of town toward Koski Library?
I know that's been discussed. Yeah. That's not part of this bond measure though. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, yes, we will need one more north. Our two stations are not situated well with the anticipated growth of the city. We've got anticipated growth north, which is going to put our current station one a bit too far south. And of course, our station two now is just far to the northeast. So ideally, in a perfect world, we have two stations in two different locations. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. All right. Anybody online? We'll give you one more moment to raise your hand, talk to this issue. Not seeing anyone raising their hand. We'll close public comment. Lane, do you want to address the comment that we heard from public just now?
Yes, and that's a very, very good question. I'm glad that you put it out there. And that's one of the things that that Charles Heath and his firm will be looking at very closely as we do our survey and our testing with the public. That's exactly the feedback that we're going to get, and that's going to help us in making our decision-making process. And Charles, do you have anything more to add to that?
Yeah, the opinion research that was conducted in 2022 certainly showed that there was some sensitivity to the size of the bond and the tax rate. And there was also some pretty clear priorities in terms of the different types of facilities that voters prioritize. You know, we're hopeful that through this communication and outreach, we can raise awareness about the variety of facility needs that are that would be addressed in a bond. But ultimately, you know, we're going to have to again look at that updated opinion research and understand what voters are willing to support at that time. And that may require some, you know, thinking about how we size and scale the proposal before we put it before the voters.
Okay. Can you go, Charles, to the postcards, that first postcard? You had a back and a front. And my question is, the font size, the size of the text seems so small. I wonder if it's going to discourage people from reading it.
Is this
Well,
the document you're
yeah. Yeah. So lots of text and fairly small font. And I'm
well,
concerned about
I can't see how you're seeing it. It's 12-point font when it's actually printed, so I do think it is legible. But you know, we're struggling here because we got a lot of information to share and only so much real estate to do it. So it's not exactly clear to me what we would cut if we needed to cut.
Yeah, I think if it was a political campaign, it would be more large bullets and very little text to
Yep.
excite to excite the observer and to, you know, getting on board with it, giving her or him a place to go if they want more information, but not encouraging them to toss it because they just don't want to take the effort to
Yep.
read it.
And to be clear, this can't be a political campaign by law. We can't advocate for the measure. We can try to be as effective as we can in our communication, but this must by law follow the, you know, style and tenor of normal city communication, not campaign communication.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry if I indicated that, but just the multimedia messaging principles usually are more pictures, less text, so people hear whatever it is that you want them to take the time to see. And this has small pictures and few of them and lots of text that I just think most people don't want to read. But anyway, that's just my perspective. Okay, languages and targeting mailing. So can we have a Korean version go to what we best estimate are Korean households and other languages, except, you know, et cetera? Or are we going to send English to everyone?
We can within reason. We can certainly prepare translated versions. How you target that accurately is a little more challenging. Probably the best available data on that is to use voter registration records and look at what language those voters request their voter materials is. That's, in my experience, been the most accurate way to target language materials. The level of English proficiency in the voting population is very high, and there are very small numbers of voters that request their ballots in languages other than English. But we can certainly look at that.
Okay, last question from me at this point is focus groups. I don't think you've done focus groups yet. Do you think you're going to do focus groups?
We typically don't do focus groups in an effort like this. Focus groups are really used for ad testing and qualitative feedback, which, you know, one, they're expensive, and two, just that data isn't particularly useful. We typically focus on opinion polling where we get quantitative data that tells us, you know, potential support measures for levels for a measure and how voters rank projects and messaging. So typically we would focus on polling rather than focus groups.
All right. Thank you, Charles. We're going to go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Uh, I think I need to understand the process of our charrettes to the public on determining where our civic center is going to be. And when do we expect to do that? Because I think we were toying with the idea that the public would want to know where the bond measure is proposing a civic center. So you do have it, next to the library and in that log padden park, but I understand that, that this Vision 50 brochure is going to go out fairly soon, correct?
Yeah, and this does not state specifically what the location would be, understanding that that's an unknown at this point. Although, I'll defer to the city manager on this, that, there's a process to move towards that decision, which I think is anticipated in the roughly February, March timeframe. And so that's the type of additional detail we would layer in as those decisions are made.
Because the assumption was that people would not vote for a large bond measure unless they knew where the civic center is going to be. But
Agreed.
maybe-
And that's why, this is the first round of multiple rounds of information that will be part of this communications effort. Initially, we're focused on what the need is and what the problems are that need to be addressed. And then as the solution is developed, that would be part of later phases of this communication in the spring.
Okay, and by the way, could we have a copy of that timeline that you led off with? Because that was very good to have handy.
Yep. Yeah, the city
that was a lot
manager's
of
office has that.
information.
I'm sure can share.
Okay, now I do agree with the mayor in terms of the mail out. And I'm not suggesting that this is a campaign kind of thing, but I think that it is too wordy and people really are not going to read all this information. And like, for example, we put, I love the stronger and safer future for Marina, but we take up half of the space and then have all this dense information when we could maybe utilize the space more effectively and take out some of the context. I think that pictures say so much because unfortunately people's attention spans are severely truncated these days and they're much more visual. So for example, when I look at these pictures, let's see, if you look at, well, just the one that you have on the screen now, for example, I don't know what the problem is on the first picture with all the pipes. I mean, I just don't know if that should be underground or whether it should be covered. I mean, I don't know what the problem is. I can see the second one. It's got some ugly stuff taped to the ceiling going to some kind of machine or whatever. And then the next one is a firebox with a wire coming through. So that's good. But then there are other pictures like, I know that you took the pictures of our city hall. And if you looked at those pictures, you might not understand that that's blue tarp being held down by sandbags. So it will prevent leaking. That picture that is on here, I'm not so sure I would get that idea of what's wrong with our city hall. And I think that there are some other kinds of pictures that for the layperson now, maybe somebody else will understand that first picture of whatever they are, the pipes or something on the outside of the wall. But I wouldn't know as a layperson, what is that supposed to signify? So I think that the pictures are going to be really key. And I don't know if you can explain that to me,
Well, the picture of the pipe is decaying infrastructure, right? And it may not be obvious to a layperson. The best way to address that would be through captions on the photos. I toured all of your facilities extensively and took these photos myself. So these, frankly, are the best images we have that convey the need, but maybe some captions would help orient the reader.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see the disrepair of on one of these, the Vision 50 one. Um, but for example, the City Hall one, um, I can't really tell what the problem is on that one, but I know what the issue is, that we're stopping leakage from and we also have that on one of our neighboring facilities here. So some of these, if we could maybe make something a little bit more obvious to people about how uh, unacceptable the current status is. I mean, I don't know how you conceptualize everything. I'm just looking at something that looks like like heck up on the ceiling right now. But there are so many things that when people try to open the windows here, there was a commotion the last meetings because they thought the window was going to fall in. And so somebody screamed and there was kind of a, and it's just that there's so many things like this where ill-fitting windows, they're not really sliding at all. They're eroded, they're decaying, there's something about just saying updated facilities versus the condition of our infrastructure is really there's almost no word to describe it. It's almost like we don't have a choice. We have to do something about this infrastructure. It's not just a matter of, it would be nice to improve this facility. There's something stronger that I would like to communicate, because I'm not sure what the options are if we don't get the bond measure passed because of the conditions. So I'm just wanting us to somehow really make that impact really as strong as we can. Thank you,
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, for now.
All right, great, Kathy. Charles, do you have any feedback?
Only that I think all the comments I've heard so far is a perfect example of why it would really be helpful to have a couple council members working as a subcommittee. I mean, it's not practical in the space of a council meeting to go through and make line edits and redesign pieces, but if we could meet on a more informal basis and work through some of these issues, outside the agenda of a council meeting, I think that would be more practical.
Great, Charles. Thank you. Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple comments. I too think the photography could be improved a little bit. We have some really talented photographers in this city that may be able to better capture what I think the council is trying to articulate. So just some food for thought, maybe reaching out to some of them or considering kind of having someone else take those photos. However, I do really like the extra wording in the mailer. For me, I mean, this is a big issue, so it's something that if I received in the mail, I would probably want to take the time to read. So overall, I think that the draft mailers and I want to say propaganda, but that's clearly not the right word. The information is a huge improvement, and so I'm very appreciative of that. I also want to piggyback a little bit off of the comment about the locations of the fire stations in the city hall. We talked about this a little bit in a previous item, and it just kind of illustrated how much confusion even on this dais there is about what the potential areas those might be. And I think if we're confused, how do we expect the public to kind of have some faith and that we are have a good idea of what direction we're going in? I will say, for me, I think I heard earlier that there was one specific identified site for a city hall, for example, and from my perspective, that's news to me. The general plan identifies a site that's kind of in the Oak Woodland area. I know we've talked about the site kind of down by the restrooms. I think this site is worthy of still consideration of. So maybe I'm off track, but in my mind, that's still an open book. And so I think we need to have that discussion. And once we have that discussion, I think we need to relay that in our messaging. And I guess the only other question I have for now, maybe for Charles, is, and I don't know if this was addressed in the public opinion poll, but in terms of owner occupied housing versus renters, how does that affect the likelihood of supporting a bond measure?
I don't have that level of the crosstabs handy, but I can certainly look up that data.
Okay, you're breaking up a little bit, but Yeah, that'd be fantastic when you come back. For those that don't know, I mean, the level of hedge fund owned housing, even in Marina, is increasing like you wouldn't believe. And that, although that's not something we've really talked about, I think has a huge impact. There's a bill in Congress now to reduce that, to actually, if it's passed, which I don't think it's likely that it will be, these hedge funds will have to unload a lot of their housing. And so to the extent that that impacts the support of a bond measure, I think it's worthy of discussion too. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Brian. Let's go to Councilmember Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just like the other council members, I agree that there's so much text, but I also understand there's so much information that we do need to share. So maybe would it be possible to add a QR code for people who do want to read more? And I do like the idea of having photos and doing captions on the photos to move some of the text. And I would like to see consistent text, because I see city facilities were built over 40 years ago, and somewhere else it says we have been using them for 45 years. So I think not, just naming one, let's say more than 45 years or so. And one thing I think is not correct. It says maintaining rapid 911 emergency response. I think the whole goal of this bond is to tell people we need to improve it. It's not good what we have. The response times are too long. So those are my comments that I see quickly now. But thank you. I can see that a lot of work has been done, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Charles, can we do 2 mailers so we cut down the amount of text instead of 1? Or is that spamming them too much?
We have 4 mailers planned between now and the summer. So
can we do 5 instead of 4 to try to reduce the amount of words and increase the amount of large font bullets and photos?
We can. I mean, yes. Again, it would be super helpful to be able to sort of sit down and line edit this with a couple members of the council. Otherwise, I'm going to make editorial decisions about what goes in mailer 1 versus mailer 2 that you may or may not agree with. So I think either we need to have some license to make those decisions, or we need to have a subgroup we can work with to make those decisions.
Okay. So we've mentioned subcommittees a few times tonight. Council, we've gone to public comment, right? Yes. Okay. So council, what are some of your thoughts and who might want to serve on a subcommittee? Councilmember Biala?
I would like to be on the subcommittee if I could. I read this over, but it's different than really taking line by line and looking at it, and so that kind of scrutiny I did not do. There are just some comments here and there, but I would like to do that. I think I'm good at editing, but also, there are just I would like to be part of it. I was just thinking of how I would describe our infrastructure, and I don't know if it's appropriate and how I would put it in, but I would say I would call this dilapidated. And there's a sense in which we have to describe the reality of the infrastructure, and saying that we're 48 years in a temporary facility. The temporary facility should have been gone in 3 years. So there's some, there's just something that we need to build into some of the statements more strongly. And so I would like to be on the subcommittee, and I guess we can only have 2. Yeah.
Councilmember McCarthy?
I just wanted to acknowledge, Mayor, that a member of our council is absent today that has done a tremendous amount of work on this issue, even to the extent of holding some of her own informational sessions. But so, yeah, I'll just put that out there in terms of the subcommittee also.
Councilmember McCarthy and Fisher, do you have any interest in being on that subcommittee?
Since I'm already going to do mosquitoes and bicycles, I think I need to be careful with my time. So of course, if none of the three other ones are prepared, I will do it, but I think I need to be careful. Thank you.
Want to keep that husband. Okay, Brian?
Yeah, it's getting late, so I don't sugarcoat as well, but no.
Okay, let's talk to Charles and Lane. What progress do you think we should make tonight on the subcommittee?
So I think it'd be nice if we do that so that it really come January, we really want to start getting this message put in
Okay.
place.
All right, well, I'll say that I'll serve with Kathy on the committee if Christina declines. If she wants to do it, then that's great. Okay, Elizabeth, did you have any more input?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Go ahead, Kathy.
I know that, you know, we're really being correct in saying that the council people cannot advocate for the bond measure out in the public. But my understanding was up to a certain point. Up to a certain point, we can do advocacy versus education. So I want to make a clear statement, receive a clear statement about the limits to what our participation can be.
Okay. So that's going to be up to our new city attorney firm and Lane to keep us trained, keep that training coming on that. There's a fairly big point I want to make, and that is calling something a community center versus a civic center. What we have here and what most cities have is a city hall that has a lot of offices, but maybe that's an old look or, you know, traditional look, and that maybe the new look is some offices on the second floor, but more community engaging facilities on the first floor. Our community center is rather old. Maybe it can end up being demolished. Maybe it can end up being a youth center or a senior center. But right now it's a youth center and a senior center, but it's neither. And it's old and the restrooms are bad and it's just not a very well functioning building. It's old. And so we probably need a new arrangement of senior center, youth center. And so if we called something a community center because its focus, its majority, its priority, it's dominated by community facilities, I think that generates a lot more desire from the public to say this is a community center that's going to hold a senior center and a police station. And yes, there'll be offices on the top floor for some of our staff, but it's not the civic center or the city hall of old. You know, I've talked about this with Lane a few times. So Charles, I'm sure the council might have some comments on this. What are your thoughts on that verbiage?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Voters will always prioritize facilities that, you know, are involved in the provision of services more so than the administrative purposes. So I think if we can focus on, you know, how programs and services for residents will be delivered in these facilities, it will make them more attractive.
So when we say civic center, people might say, I don't want the mayor. I don't care if the mayor has a bigger office. Civic, and if, you know, second language people might not even know what civic means, civic center. It's kind of a weird word. And then city hall is very governmentese. And who wants a new city hall? Not very many people. But a community center that serves a lot of purposes, everyone kind of understands a community center, and most people do. Community has a similar word in different languages as it does in English, so it's easier for people to learn if they don't already know what a community center is. So Lane, what do you think about, can we stop using some of these other words in lieu of community center?
I think that'd be a good discussion for our subcommittee to have, because part of it, we want the community we want to be upfront on exactly what we're doing. So we want to be very transparent, but exactly what you're saying on your side, we also want to clearly convey that this is a facility. It's going to be for the whole community. It's more than just administrative offices.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Ayala?
Yes, and I think we spoke a little bit about this, but I didn't really get a clear picture of how we're going to manage how to involve the public and ourselves in determining the location of the community center, police, and new police station. Probably the fire station will be dictated by the needs in the community in terms of response time, but the new police station, along with community center and our city hall, et cetera, how are we going to grapple with that? Are we going to, because we need to decide this now. If you're wanting to outreach on the bond measure in January, we've got to move. I mean, we have to have a plan now about how we're going to have the charrettes or whatever we plan to do to help the public, you know, give us their preferences. So how are we going to go about that?
You're absolutely correct. In our on our timeline, we really had identified by March that we really want to kind of hone in on the preferred location. So really January, February, and March, we're going to be having these community meetings. We're going to have an architect involved just helping us on the high level. This is the footprint of the building and how it would lay out. And as we have that, then we'll start having these community meetings. Our goal is by March, we would have that site fleshed out. And there really are only, I think, 3 primary sites is this existing site, Lock Padden site somewhere, and potentially Cypress Knolls if we want to do that. And those are really our primary options. And it's just kind of fleshing those out, the pros and cons, what really will work, working with the architect on layout, financial feasibility.
Great. Sure.
Just to throw in another option, has it been considered to combine the new police station with the new fire station location and not combine it with the, I'm not allowed to say civic center anymore, I guess. So, but anyway, I think this is something that really needs to be done in charrettes. And like I said, for the Lock Padden Park location, but I still think it's not centered enough, but I would like to see volumes just to see what will it look like. Is there enough space for everything, including parking? And so, yeah, work needs to be done. Yes.
Kathy, do you have more?
Yeah, then I just want to know how we're going to determine which site is best. I mean, so are we going to have charrettes and then do a survey and the majority of people choosing one site over the other? I mean, I really get somewhat concerned about the time frame and then the process and how we're going to actually determine which site is best. Thank you.
Lane, do you have some input or?
No, but I think that's again that council subcommittee that it's just something we really need to work on and figure out. And Charles I think can help us in that process too.
So I would think that that's a very different task than the mailer and outreach. But ultimately, the staff gives us options, pros and cons, and the city council makes the final decision, and the public is participating the whole way. But Kathy mentioned timeline. What months do we use to determine a new site for a community center facility?
So it's really January and February and March, and we need to have it really decided by March.
Is it too bureaucratic to have a second subcommittee to focus on that siting? Do we not need that? Is it better just to go the normal process with city council meetings and public? Or do we want 2 people to be field tripping and getting people out on these sites and talking about it? I don't know. I mean, too many subcommittees is not a good idea, but Charles, do you have any input on this? How we select a site for this big piece, big component?
I mean, I really think that I can't weigh in on whether it's one subcommittee or two, but I mean, the process you described earlier, which is bringing staff recommendations and analysis of pros and cons back to council for consideration and a decision, that seems right to me. I mean, I think the public will largely follow the council's direction because they don't have the technical ability to analyze side options like that.
Okay, thank you, Charles. I wanted to make sure you weren't left out of any piece of this. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. My gut tells me that I think it should be part of the regular process. If it is a second subcommittee or a subcommittee, I would recommend it that it be a second one. I would be interested in sitting on it. But one of the things that I'm looking at is there's going to be people that oppose this, and I'm trying to think what their approach is going to be. And as I've mentioned at our last meeting, the statistics are out there, right? Homes near a new fire station generally lose their value by about 1.8%. So for the average $1 million Marina home, talking about taking $18,000 out of someone's pocket on top of a bond measure that's going to increase their property taxes, right? And so those are the kind of arguments that the opposition is going to, I don't know if I'm allowed, is it okay to frame it in that people who oppose this are going to put out there. And so I think citing for the fire station is going to be very controversial. I think people are probably going to want to know where that is before they vote on this, whether it's good for the city to include that in bond measure information or not. I don't know that I have an opinion, but I think those are things that we should be thinking about.
So you think the siting of the fire station is very important to be transparent as soon as possible, as well as the community center, civic center, city hall, et
And I
cetera?
think transparency is always important, but I also think that, it may hurt the likelihood of bond measure passing. So it's just, I think it's something that we all as council members need to really think about before we come back and make some decisions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Biala?
We're in the throes right now of a general plan update. We have a fairly large, I think, and robust committee. And I mean, a general plan would specify some of those anyway. So couldn't we ask those folks to be our community body that weighs in? And so we're not doing two things at once.
Yep,
Okay,
great
great.
idea. Who
Thank
needs a
you.
subcommittee when you already have a general plan advisory committee? Great point. You agree, Brian? Yep. I'm sure Charles is there saying, yeah, that's good. Okay. Do we need to do anything more tonight on this?
No, that covers it great. I did on that mailer that goes out. Charles, if you could explain why my picture, when he first put it, I said, no, you want to have the mayor there. And he said, no, you can't have the mayor. So if you
Yeah,
can explain some of the nuances of that.
Sure. I mean, there's lots of rules governing public expenditure of funds for communications of this nature. And one of the rules is that cities can't send more than 200 pieces of direct mail promoting an elected official in the community. So that's why it needs to be a staff person, not an elected leader in the community.
All right, tonight, do we need to establish a subcommittee or can that be done informally? Because we said Councilmember Biala plus either me or Christina Medina Dirks.
Through the mayor, I understood that you already gave that direction to form the subcommittee and the scope, and then provided direction as to feedback on the materials.
Okay, do we need to do a motion or is this just informational? We don't need a motion.
I don't believe you need a motion because you provided the direction and it wasn't a formal action for approval.
Okay. All right. So is there anything more that we need to? That's it for this issue. Thank you so much, Charles, for all your work and being with us tonight. Happy
Sure thing.
holidays.
Thank
to you. Okay. And to everyone else, we'll adjourn and say happy holidays, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your year. Thank you, Mark, for being here all night.